Good morning, I should say good evening, I guess, everybody here. Joel Fritzma with Michigan Storm Chasers. We got our first severe thunderstorm warning of August 27th. We're going to call it that, but it's August 26th here for 5 more minutes here in Eastern Time, hour and 5 more minutes here for Central Time. And speaking of Central Time, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect and has triggered our live stream here at Michigan Storm Chasers. And we're going to be up with you as long as need be tonight. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is still Ryan's screen at the moment. He is currently resting. So I'm on duties here for a little bit. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I was having a little bit of troubles here. Let's see if it goes there. All right, there we go. And let's drag it over to my alternate monitor here. Hopefully it does not lose what we're seeing. All right, perfect. So we have a double boxed right now. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Gogebic and portions of Ontonagon County here in the UP. This is currently in effect until 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central. At 11:53 p.m. Eastern Time, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Upson to Willow Reservoir, moving northeast at 50. Again, these are in Wisconsin right now, moving upwards into the UP. These storms moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, and the hazards with this storm are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. No reports coming out of Wisconsin right now of these storms mixing to the ground, but it is a very potent line of storms there. You can see on your base reflectivity radar here, those reds, those pinks, those are some heavier rain values there. Could be also some large or potentially large hail going on. Again, 1 inch is what they're saying here for the warning text. Again, this is going to impact portions of Gogebic and Ontonagon counties in the UP. And so this includes locations such as Porcupine Mountains, Ironwood, Bessemer, Wakefield, Marinisco, Hurley, Watersmeet, Bergeland, North Lake, Gogebic, Silver City, Prescott Isle Reservoir, and Pomeroy Lake. So again, this is the UP. It's in effect for 2 counties in the UP. Everywhere else, pretty clear right now. We do have a strong thunderstorm on Lake Superior right now. I'll go ahead and open up the comments in the background here. Only got a small crowd here right now, so if you're watching, make sure to hit the like button, of course, and let me know if you're watching. Give a hello, a wave, whatever you want to do. Again, it's just me for now, and then Ryan will take over here in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and loop these storms here for the UP. It is quite the Boeing segment here. Apparently it's in members only mode. I'm not oh, I see. Hold on. Trying to fix this stream here. I'll figure it out. At some point, I'll figure it out. I'm sorry, guys, for those who are watching on YouTube and can't comment right now. We're trying to figure this out in the background. The severe thunderstorm warning again, Gogebic counties, Ontonagon counties, until 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch hail. It's quite a big warning here. The Boeing segment is moving up pretty much due north, and the rest of it is moving due east. But that is what happens here on the north side of these Boeing complexes. I'm gonna fix this chat. These storms are still in Wisconsin for the most part right now, so I'm gonna try and figure out chat right now, so you guys can speak some more. Ah, there it is. All right, I found it. We're good. All right. Should be saved. All right. There you go. So if you are a subscriber here of the channel, you can now hopefully see what's going on. You guys are free. All right, perfect. Thank you, mods, for letting me know. I was getting worried for a sec, but I found the setting, so we're good. All right, let's go back to our radar here. This is quite the complex moving in, especially Ironwood Bessemer close or first up here for this severe thunderstorm. We'll stop the loop and we'll go over to our velocity signature. And this is out of the radar out of Duluth, Minnesota. This is over here to the west. Next closest radar is over here in Marquette. So there's a little bit of a radar gap going on here. So unfortunately, we're not going to see too much close to the ground. Beam height at this spot of northern Wisconsin, southwestern UP is 7,700 feet off the ground. So anything below pretty much a mile up in the atmosphere we can't see. So if you live here along and south of the US too, okay, you want to first of all make sure you're taking shelter. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds can bring down trees and houses just like tornadoes can, so you want to take it just as seriously. The apex of this Boeing segment right now is in Mercer, Wisconsin. Flip it back here. You can kind of also see where these storms are all meeting. But we basically have this like rear inflow jet that's pushing on the backside of the storm. You can kind of see that if you loop it back and forth here. But it's pushing it north. And so right where that Boeing segment just peaks right there, where those storms are also forming out ahead, right where the strongest of winds will likely be. So again, south of Wakefield, south of Bessemer, this is heading for you guys. Marinisco, be on alert. You guys are in that warning solely. Stronger winds still could be coming your way from the storms further down the line here. Again, there's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning over here in north central Wisconsin for about 4 different counties. And that's highlighted by this orange box with the red outline on it. So again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit that like button on the way in here. Supports what we do. We got a severe thunderstorm warning here in the UP tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch. I would have to imagine they're not as confident for the overnight action. If anything, it'll be for something that perhaps develops tomorrow. But again, we'll be here watching these storms nonetheless overnight tonight. And warnings are currently in effect. So we have to be keeping our eye on them for damaging winds and 1-inch hail. Excuse me. We also have this stronger thunderstorm over here in southern Houghton County, indicated by the reds and purples here, just to the east of Greenland, south of Winona, traveling pretty much right down M38 at this point. This is heading for Baraga County. Sorry, Baraga. I know it's Bear, but yeah. So heading towards Lance and Pelkey. Just be on alert there. Not severe, but it definitely could be packing a punch. And then we have this line of strong to what's considered a severe thunderstorm warning for the lake. It's also called a special marine warning here in central western Lake Superior. And this is for the hazards of 40 knots of wind and large hail. So if you know anyone that happens to be out boating at this time of the night, if you want to make sure they're off the lake. And that storm over there in northern Minnesota looks like a mini supercell kind of, which does not surprise me. There's a tiny bit of turning out there tonight, but again, it's not going to be the main hazard. Main hazard is going to be this squall line called a bow echo, for those who may have heard that terminology before. It basically is indicative of some strong winds kind of pushed forward by a rear inflow jet, which is somewhere on the backside of the storm, pretty much peaking here on the northern side here on southern Gogebic County. So Bessemer down to Marinisco, be on alert for this severe thunderstorm warning for the severe thunderstorm heading your way. I'll loop it for you guys for just tuning in here. If you have anyone that's living in the UP, feel free to share the stream. with them. We'll be up as late as need be tonight for these severe thunderstorms. I'm going to trade off with Ryan here soon because I do have class at 10 a.m. in the morning, so I do want to get at least a good amount of sleep, and especially if there's going to be more severe weather tomorrow. So everything we do here is volunteer. So I do appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting what we do. So this is not going to affect lower Michigan until I would say at least 5, 6 a.m. And again, that timing graphic should be on track right now. So if you're following us on Facebook and X, that post that we made earlier, or the one I made earlier for the timing graphic, earliest start time is for western, northern, lower is like 6 a.m. And again, storms can fire after that, and they could fire late. Again, this is like a whole, called like a big crapshoot, where models have been just yo-yoing back and forth all day. One's saying it's going south, the others are saying it's going north. Right now, this Boeing segment is going well north, which is kind of what I said in the timing graphic. Better support up north. It's riding the southern flank of that upper level jet, and so that's going to kind of force it off more to the north tonight. But then we could see redevelopment along the southern half of this Boeing segment, perhaps early tomorrow or early this morning, now that it's past midnight here Eastern time. So anything you see here in pink is a severe thunderstorm watch, which means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to develop within the next couple of hours, if not the next couple of minutes. Doesn't mean severe weather is happening. That's indicated by the orange boxes, which are your warnings. We do have one right now here in Ontonagon and Gogabet counties here in western UP. It's in 2 different time zones too, so we're going to keep reading off 2 different times here. So again, it's in effect until 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central. For 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, still the same hazard here. And these storms are moving at a decent clip now. Northeast at 50 still. So a lot faster than the storm we saw earlier crossing Isle Royale. Again, for those who are just tuning in, these locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm are going to be Porcupine Mountain State Park. So if you know anyone camping up there, especially this time of the year, late August, dog days of summer, I'll let them know. I know reception's not the best up there. I went camping myself. You really have to have other ways to receive warning up there. Weather radios should work. I brought one with me, and it did when I was camping. So hopefully people have at least adequate warning up there. On top of the state park, you also have Ironwood, Bessemer, Wakefield, Marinisco, Hurley, Watersmeet, Berglund, Northern Lake, Gogabec, Silver City, Presque Isle Reservoir, and Pomeroy Lake. Those are all the locations impacted here. Again, Gogabec and southwestern Ontonagon County, western Upper Peninsula. So again, it's just the UP, but we cover both peninsulas equally. Even though our following is not the largest up there, it's Michigan either way, so we got to cover it. And we know that some of you guys do have extended family up there, not necessarily living up there, but extended family. You want to get the word out, of course. Again, the US 2 corridor here from Ironwood down to Watersmeet is all in that severe thunderstorm warning and is immediately about to be impacted by this strong to severe thunderstorm line of thunderstorms moving in. We'll switch back to velocity here just to see. And wow, yeah, it's a little concerning at this point. Heading turn it back a couple frames. 1, 2. A little bit more of a northern turn. So it's pretty much still on track between Bessemer and Marinisco. It's gonna be a lot closer to Marinisco though. You're riding right down M64, just to the west of M64 in south central Gogabec counties. I do not have a place file for roads, so I might have to switch over here to the handy dandy Google Maps, kind of eyeball it. I'm actually going to get the storm motion vector here so I can see what storm relative velocity is saying. This is going to be 244 at 42 knots. All right. 2. There we go. Gives us a better idea of what's happening up here. So greens are inbound winds towards the radar site. That's what we're looking at on velocity here. Reds are outbound, so you have that rear inflow jet on the back side of this Boeing segment that you can see here in this red. And there's the front side of it here in the green. The brighter greens mean the stronger winds. So you have some pixels here that are just around severe limits. But base velocity is kind of showing it better back here within the storm. It's quite interesting how these are meshing together here. Yeah, it's just one huge cluster right now. These two lines of storms are just firing together here. You can see how it kind of makes like a little T shape. But this severe thunderstorm warning is primarily for this line that's back in Wisconsin. These storms, these cells, I should say, here in central Gogebic County, heading into Ontonagon County, not necessarily what they're warned for, but they are starting to show some more reds and pinks on them now. So we do want to take those seriously just as much as the line. A couple brighter velocities in there too for damaging winds, but it's pretty equal, if not weaker than this line down here where the apex is in the bow. All right, so Marinesco. There it is. All right. So a couple unincorporated towns of Hartley and Dunham. This is going to be impacting you guys almost squarely on if this stays together here. Other than that, it's pretty much part of state land. There's really not many roads out here. Henry Lake Campground, Teal Canoe Landing. There's a road, Farm Road 8100 that goes through here. And there's actually a new mesoscale discussion that just came out from the Storm Prediction Center here, and I'll read it off here real quick. Damaging wind gusts should persist in and near Severe Thunderstorm Watch 653, which is that Severe Thunderstorm Watch in pink for Wisconsin, for at least a few more hours tonight. So this is expected to maintain its strength for at least the next couple of hours. So this will likely impact portions of the southern UP, southern and western UP throughout the next couple hours tonight, probably by 3 to 4 a.m. Again, that timing map has 4 a.m. over here by Delta County and Elger County. So moving at a good clip, but again, it won't be in central and eastern portions of the UP until probably about 3 to 4 a.m. And at that point, it's unclear whether these lines of storms are moving together. But at this point, the SPC is saying that this line will stay together for at least another couple hours, producing severe gusts. So if you know anyone that's living in eastern Wisconsin, per se, they'll want to be on alert. This line is heading north, but this whole line itself, or I should say the northern flank is heading north, but the whole line itself is shifting east. So what's going to happen is it's going to kind of spin off the back. That's not going to produce tornado weather, of course. It's just where the MCV is at. But it's going to kind of just trail behind. And so that whole Boeing segment is kind of just ride right down the border. Could impact portions of Iron, Dickinson, and Menominee counties over the next couple of hours. And currently right now, of course, Gogebic and Ontonagon counties. So want to keep an eye on that. But we also want to keep an eye on these rogue storms up here too. Again, I mentioned Houghton County earlier. That storm's still persisting. We do have one that's equivalent to a severe thunderstorm warning over the lake. It's a special marine warning, though, heading towards Eagle River here in Keweenaw County. So Keweenaw County, Eagle River, Copper Harbor, Calumet's up here, Central, Meek, Copper City, all these places up here just north of Houghton. Watch out for this storm if it can maintain strength and cross onto the peninsula. We'll go back to comments here. Probably about 5 to 6 a.m. for the bridge if it can maintain strength. If you're camping when severe thunderstorm hits, If a tent is the only thing you have, then the tent is the best shelter you're going to get. Any way you can stay outside of the elements is the best. It's not ideal, but it's going to keep you safe and obviously dry. So otherwise, if you do have a car, it's better than a tent in a severe thunderstorm. Even though it's not rooted to the ground like we say, it's going to give you that extra coverage. So, and again, in any sort of thunderstorms, just being outside around lightning, especially if you're camping underneath some trees, that can be very dangerous. So if you're in a car, that's basically like a metal casing. So the lightning would strike the car, but then it would go around you, and you're basically safe in a car. The only exception is if you have like your windows down, for example, lightning can come in, or if it's powerful enough, it can come through the windshield. But usually it strikes like an antenna or some other metal part of the car, and it shoots down through the tires, goes in the ground. So again, car's best place to be. In the event it's your only shelter away when you're camping. Now, of course, when you're not camping, you're just out there driving around in a thunderstorm, you obviously want to find shelter and sturdy structure at that. We do a special weather statement now issued for Central Houghton County. So that is this thunderstorm right here, as you see, traveling right down M38, heading towards Pelkey and Keweenaw Bay. 30-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail size possible. So it's halfway to severe limits right now. So that is a strong thunderstorm, but not severe. No problem for including Minneapolis. We had that severe thunderstorm warning coverage earlier for the Isle Royale, so we had to kind of be creative with our coverage. With zero population and no roads and no towns to name, you can only do so much. This action tonight will likely stay north. A couple models have this Boeing down heading towards West Michigan. It's unclear what will happen. I think the SPC has a good handle on it right now with their latest mesoscale discussion. Saying for the next couple hours at least, it'll impact portions of Wisconsin and southwestern UP. After that, Lower Peninsula really starts its action after probably 6 to 7 a.m. tomorrow. Again, not everyone's going to see storms at 6 to 7 a.m. in that zone that I listed earlier, but it gives you a good indication of when severe is most likely to strike if it were. Now, one of our a couple of our models predicted that Boeing, something you see on your screen, diving so far south and maintaining strength all the way to eastern Michigan until like 9 or 10 in the morning. And that's just 1 mile run. This one right now, it's on track for the 18Z, which was issued at 3 p.m. today. So, and that took a northern turn. So right now it's on track to go north, but we have to watch this southern extent of it down here. So it looks like it's trying to go a little bit south, but we'll see. I mean, the MCV center is right here along the Michigan-Wisconsin border, so I have a hard time believing at this point that it is going to dive south, and so we'll just have to watch for redevelopment later this morning into the afternoon hours for the Lower Peninsula. Let's have severe thunderstorm watches back out there into the Dakotas too. So lots of moving parts, lots of fluidity, lots of dynamics and kinematics coming together out there tonight. A lot of things that even meteorologists and soon-to-be meteorologists, frankly, still learning about. I mean, meteorology is an ever-changing field. There's a lot of things still left to learn, especially if you're going into the research side of things. So, speaking of research, shout out to a couple of the universities, including Central Michigan, who did the Mitten CI project this summer. They studied the lake breezes and the effects of lake breezes and just lake boundaries in general for a whole month in July. And they were five different universities. They traveled from like Holland to Lansing every day, and we're excited to see what results they came out with from their month-long study. So can't wait to see. That might actually help in some of our future forecasting for the lakes. No, the pink is not sleet. It is 78 degrees outside. We will not be experiencing snow for a while. So The pink is currently a severe thunderstorm watch. I'm not sure who was talking about snow earlier, other than the fact that we had Ryan posted something on the page the other day about how this makes us miss winter, and I did not agree with that. I'm not much of a winter fan. But yeah, the pink is a severe thunderstorm watch. Currently, no severe thunderstorms downstate. So, yes, corn sweat is a thing. Evapotranspiration holds in a lot of moisture. There's your special weather statement box that just popped up here on your screen for central Houghton County. Again, 30-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail, impacting Missoula, Twin Lakes, Pelkey, Winona, Donkin, Bob Lake, Elston, and Prickett Dam. And that's special weather statement. Going back to our severe thunderstorm warning here, we're going to go single box on velocity. And look at that. There is a pocket of perhaps some strong to damaging winds there. As soon as I say that, it disappears a little bit. But there's still a couple pixels in there, about 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could be hiding. We'll go to space velocity, which shows it more. So, okay. So that is 10,000 feet. I don't know which radar is going to be closer at this point. This is tough. We'll go check out Marquette radar. Give it a sec to load. GR2 is just a tad bit slow. I was able to get food between our severe weather coverage, so that's good. Oh, this definitely paints a picture. All right. So it looks like a little bit of a downburst going on up there on Lake Superior. But again, that's not affecting anywhere close to the land right now. We have a little bit of pocket of wind here. That says 55 mile per hour at 5,500 feet. Let's go to base velocity. Base velocity says it's a lot weaker. But this is a concern because this shows up on both. We're gonna go ahead and double box this because this is very, very I would say significant at this point. That's again, this is going to be 11,000 feet off the ground, so it might not all be mixing to the ground, but that is quite the 700 millibar jet if I've ever seen it. So state line heading right up M64 at this point. You guys got to be watching out. Marinisco, this is heading for you pretty much directly at this point. So if you know anybody that's living up here in southern Gogabet counties, again, this is in effect until 11:45 Central, 12:45 Eastern. So another 20 minutes, but if this persists, they're going to definitely have to extend this. I'm going to call Ryan and get him in here because I'm going to have to get going soon. And if this persists, then yeah. Wake him up. We're on shifts. See if he answers.
Joe.
Hey, you're on stream right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I figured I'd wake you up because there is quite the significant batch of wind heading into Marinisco, Gogabet County right now. And I'm probably going to have you switch off with me here soon.
Gotcha.
All right. See you soon. That was a behind the scenes look. But yeah. This blue here is over 70 mile per hour winds. But however, you got to keep into account that this is 11,000 feet off the ground. So it's not necessarily all mixed into the ground, but that is, again, like I mentioned, quite the significant swath. Moving up M64 right now. And we're going to get some more frames here so we can do the actual motion, but you can see it's kind of moving off to the northeast. Again, 60 mile per hour, or sorry, 50 mile per hour motion, 60 mile per hour winds. But again, 70 mile per hour winds up there at 11,000 feet. We will have to watch this because this is now looking like a what we call a broad area of rotation, where it's just the entire mesocyclone is just spinning around itself. And with the radar height being, as it is, we kind of want to take the semi seriously at this point for perhaps a brief spin up. Again, it's on the northern side of an MCV, so we didn't mention that it's the main threat. It could still potentially happen. We could see what's called a QLCS type tornado, which is one of those things where it's there within one scan and then gone the next. At this point, it's not going to even be picked up on the scan because it's so far away from the radar. So treat this as if this is producing some straight line winds at this point, and you want to be inside interior room or lowest floor of the whatever structure you're in, sturdy structure. Again, mobile homes not recommended for a severe thunderstorm like this. Sturdy structure, basement, protect your head at all costs. If you're going to the basement, obviously wear shoes because you don't know what you're going to walk out to. And make sure to bring your important documents downstairs. So this is concerning Marinisco right now. So if you know anyone in Marinisco and surrounding communities, let them know. Hail. We are upgrading this actually here real quick because I just upgraded it on from Marquette. This has been upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. As the red outline has been added there, you can see it on your screen. Rain's in effect until 12:45, so it's still in effect for another 20 minutes here. 11:45 Central, of course, for Gogebic, southwestern Ontonagon counties. Hazard now 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So hail size is still 1 inch, but 70 mile per hour winds. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so you definitely do not want to be in a non-sturdy structure at this point. Wind damage. Here's the actual impacts. It says hail damage to vehicles expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations still impacted. Same cities I listed off earlier, but just in case you're just watching in from perhaps the UP, Porcupine Mountain State Park, Ironwood, Bessemer, Wakefield, Marinisco, specifically Marinisco right now. Hurley, Watersmeet, Berglund, North Lake, Gogebic, Silver City, Presque Isle Reservoir, and Pomeroy Lake. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds. If you know anybody up here in Marinisco right now, you need to share the stream with them. If you don't know anyone up there, of course, liking the stream goes a long way just as much. So M64 corridor approaching US 2 real soon. You guys got about 5 minutes, maybe less. Again, it's 50 mile per hour off to the northeast. So this is actually probably bearing down on them right now as we speak. So I would say, Marinisco, your time is now. You need to be in shelter. Yes, tornadoes can happen in high altitudes. It's rare, but it does happen. We don't really have mountains in the UP or anywhere in Michigan except, Porcupine Mountains, which they're low range mountains, I would have to say. I've been there myself. Lake of the Clouds, very beautiful place, but it's nothing like the mountains you see out there in the Rockies. So they are not stress-free from severe weather and tornadoes. So same threat. And in fact, the tunneling effect actually comes into effect with mountains just as much because all that wind that's coming down at the ground, if you think about it, let's see if I can do this. So it's basically, you have the mountaintop here, right? You have all that wind from all levels coming, and then it hits the mountaintop and it comes together and it speeds up and shoots out the backside. So in fact, tops of the mountains are often more windy, and that's why. So that is our wind velocity here right now is still about 70 mile per hour. So that's, again, radar indicated considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So that is much needed for sure. And this whole line could be producing damaging winds as well. So Bessemer back towards Ironwood, you guys should just be on alert nevertheless, because this is again one huge line extending all the way across the county, including eastern portions of the county as well. You guys are not currently being impacted, but you guys got to watch out because You have this stuff further down to the south towards Eagle River here in Vilas County, Wisconsin, heading your way. Just because the velocities aren't there right now doesn't mean they're actually happening or will happen soon. Again, 11,000 feet off the ground is the beam height here. So you got to think about it. That's 2 miles. 2 miles below that, you can't see anything on radar. So there is in the future going to be radar up here. Something called Climavision is installing different, I think, S-band radars, which are different from, I think National Weather Service radars are X-band, and the Climavision radars are S-band. So they're lower range, so they have lower radiuses, but they're more high resolution. Now, the unfortunate thing with that is that they're going to be mostly private, so we won't have access to them, but that does still help the National Weather Service in terms of warning and more accurate warning. So that'll be exciting to see in the coming years. We have Brian in here now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Did you get a power snooze in at all?
You can call it that.
Okay.
I was deep in sleep.
Well, you are witnessing a considerable severe thunderstorm warning at this current time. Marinisco, downtown Marinisco, it's impacting them pretty much right now. As I was mentioning, the 18Z NAM, 18Z HRRR, which Mike also pointed out is pretty much coming true at this current time. Takes more of a northern turn. Now, with the 18Z HRRR also fired off a frontal Boeing segment, I believe, as well, which we're not seeing. So I guess you could say it's half right.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's on the reflectivity kind of dying out just a bit. But we have plenty of instability out there to help keep this thing cranking. So
yeah,
this would be, if it continues eastward, probably just north of Ludington would be the impact point if this continues for northern lower Michigan.
Oh, the southern extent of the Boeing segment. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did issue a mesoscale discussion about 20 minutes ago saying that they expect the severe to go for a couple more hours into pretty much the Lake Michigan vicinity and central UP. So pretty much they'll get to Marquette.
Gotcha. They're not expecting it to make it across the lake, or?
They're probably going to reserve that for now, just to see how evolution holds up overnight. It is still very hot out there. It's 78 right now. It feels like it's the middle of the day outside.
Right.
So I expect this line of storms to probably persist somewhat overnight.
Yep.
Wow, that latest scan just put winds all up and down that line. It went from that to that.
I'm not looking at it. Okay, I see it now. I'm trying to get everything set up and ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah. And I did mention the fact that there could be some QLCS spin-ups here. There looks like there could be one right now. Just to the southeast of Marinisco. So between Marinisco and Watersmeet again. But that's, again, 10,000 feet. No, actually 9,000 feet off the ground. So that could be just elevated turbulence or something up there in the atmosphere. But still does not degrade the risk of QLCS spin-ups.
Did you figure out the member versus subscriber chat?
I did. Yeah, I eventually did. Cool. Took me about 5 minutes, but I got it.
Definitely a difficult area up here as it approaches the western UP, just because there's really no major radar here at this location. The Marquette radar is several thousand feet off the ground. We're at 9,000 feet currently in Gogabet County.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, right as you're getting, I was talking about the new Climavision radars coming soon, so that'll help. But again, we probably or will not have access to them, so it'll only be National Weather Service that can see closer resolution here in these spots that do not have radar, but it'll still help in the warning process nonetheless, and it'll give more accurate warnings and for us to relay them to you guys.
Yep. Even though we may not be able to see that data, they can, and because they issue the warnings, that's the most important
Primary.
thing. So we have to trust them, what they're seeing. I might, keyword might, try to roll mobile with my headset and go to my bed and try and stream, but I'm not sure how it's going to work. Probably not going to do that. But
Yeah. Well, it's going to be just you here soon.
yay. Can't wait.
These 6-minute scans. I just realized that.
Not sure what's going on with that. The latest HRRR has the complex dying across Lake Michigan. Good grief. Shut that off. Latest model has that complex dying across Lake Michigan, but it does continue across the UP. And then more storms develop closer to that 8 a.m. time frame, then those die out. What even is this forecast period, man?
Wild.
It's crazy. Yeah, it could be a bookend vortex type of rotational feature in Gogabet County right now, just north of Marinensko. It's very hard to tell, though. It's 10,000 feet off the ground, but it's there. A little bit of a weak rotational signature.
Yeah, and you can see that if I switch over to storm relative to it. There's a couple spots there, that, like, especially southern down the line as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it became even messier.
Yeah, but I will say the winds there. I mean, the winds in this pocket are close to 80 miles per hour.
Yeah,
70 to 80 as it heads in toward Watersmeet, just south of Ewan and Trout Creek here. This warning is considerable, so we're talking 70 mile per hour winds with this storm. So regardless of anything tornadic, which I don't think it's a big concern with the storm, you're looking at winds that are very, very strong in the atmosphere with the storm, which could potentially be mixing down. I'm not sure who the power company is up here in this area, but I'm going to try and find out.
gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure how accurate this is, but again, it's 8,700 feet off the ground. So nonetheless, we have a really powerful 700 millibar jet going on up there right now. A couple pixels here within the range folded. Again, it's within the range fold, so it might be bad data, but I'm seeing over 100 miles per hour in some spots at 8,800 feet off the ground. So again, a mile and a half above the surface. That is still a very powerful rear inflow jet, and that's pushing this line of storms ever so quickly off to the east. So if any of that's mixing to the ground, it would be significant. But at 8,800 feet, it's got a long way to mix. And this is, for those who are just tuning in, geography, or wondering where this is at from a geography standpoint, this is far western UP, Gogabet County and Ontonagon County. So if you zoom out completely, you can see as the far tip. And the red outline around the orange box is your considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Those other orange boxes down the line are normal severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, considerable is issued for either 70-mile-per-hour winds or 1.75-inch diameter hail. I believe that's the correct hail size.
Yes.
But this is only issued for the winds right now, which definitely verifying at least in the upper to mid levels of the atmosphere. But if you know anybody that lives here along US 2 in Gogebic County, when they're safely able to do so, report damage. We would appreciate that, and the National Weather Service Marquette would appreciate that. But shelter should be the number one priority right now for anyone in this stretch of Gogebic County. As Ryan mentioned, Ewan, Bruce Crossing, and Trout Creek, south of Berglund. You guys want to be on alert because this is heading up your way. Ontonagon County ends kind of halfway into the severe thunderstorm warning considerable. They will need to update this here in the next 3 minutes, as this is supposed to expire at 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central.
New warning just got issued.
There it is.
It's quarter-size hail, so considerable ops continue.
70-mile-per-hour wind.
Yep. It's going to be for Gogebic, Houghton, Iron, and Ontonagon. That goes until 1:15 a.m.
I'll populate my screen here in just a second. At some point. They update a little bit quicker than the special weather statements. Special weather statements update every 5 minutes for me. It's always annoying. Come on. There it is.
Also, just kind of highlight that there is no tornado possible tag with the storm. So even though we're seeing some upper level rotation on the storm, NWS is not that concerned for that. So
But 70-mile-per-hour winds, again, is going to bring down trees no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So you do want to be taking this seriously into your room. Treat it as it is a tornado warning.
Correct. And luckily, population up here isn't too bad. So,
yeah. Although it is the US 2 corridor, so it is somewhat significantly populated compared to other places off the route.
Waiting for the graphic to load in here. Oops.
All right, the text on this new severe thunderstorm warning: Iron County, Gogebic, Houghton, Ontonagon, all portions of these counties until 1:15 a.m. Eastern, 12:15 Central. At 12:41 Eastern, severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from Wakefield to 9 miles east of Marinisco to 6 miles east of Johnson Lake, Barron's natural area, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and this is going to impact the locations of Wakefield, Watersmeet, Berglund, Kenton, Bruce Crossing, Paulding, North Lake Gogebic, Norwich, Thomaston, Tamarack Lake, Trout Creek, and Lake Gogebic State Park. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building, as we've been mentioning. Also noted in the warning text, torrential rainfall occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle to flooded roadways. Again, flooding is one of nature's leading killers, so do not take that chance. It's the other warning expires. So Bessemer, Ironwood, you guys are no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Ontonagon itself. Well, I'm not getting you guys weren't in it anyways, but Porcupine Mountain State Park, White Pine, you guys are out of the warning, but there are still storms nearby that you want to be watching closely. And if you are camping up there, you do want to be finding alternate shelter because these storms are still close by and there's going to be a lot of lightning with this. Hey, when there are no tornado warnings, when there is a tornado like in the Livonia situation. Yeah, the Livonia was one of those QLCS spin-ups that we mentioned on radar one scan and gone the next. It was barely visible, even with the one scan that we had. And so it was a freak incident.
I mean, I wouldn't even call it visible, period. Like, it was just a very slight pocket of enhanced velocity.
Yeah, it looked like just a pocket of straight line winds. Like there was inbound winds, but there wasn't outbound really.
Yeah, you would never have guessed there was a tornado there if you didn't know there was a tornado there.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, feel free to smash the like button. We're going to be live pretty much, at least I'll be live at least all night. Joel's about to hop off of here pretty soon. But as far as we're concerned here, we're going to be covering this as best as possible. So we do this for every severe warning in the state, whether it's in the UP or Lower Michigan. We're live on YouTube and Facebook simultaneously. So feel free to give us a follow. We'll be live probably all night, if we had to guess.
Yeah.
This is just the start of what could be an active period here. This was expected. I'm actually very curious about this Wisconsin line because it looks like it's weakening on reflectivity just a bit. But the velocity is still cranking as it gets closer to the radar in Green Bay. So that could very well cause some issues up by Manistee and Traverse City in a few hours. I'm not sure who has the power for Gogebic County, but I did find the company who covers surrounding counties in the UP here. So currently Iron County, 0 customers out. Baraga, 0 customers. Ontonagon, 0 customers out. Taking a peek at the radar here, the velocity on the storm. It's very, very cluttered here with the radar being thousands of feet off the atmosphere. But we do have a pocket of heavier winds here heading in central Gogebic County, about to enter into Ontonagon County. And then it's going to be entering Baraga as well as Houghton counties here in a second, as well as Iron counties, which is going to be these over here. Right now centered over US 2, Marinensko. New update there kind of brings that further to the east, about to be over Watersmeet, Matchwood along US 45 here, south of Bergland, and perhaps some rotation there just south of M28. Very hard to tell with the clutter, but it would make a little bit of sense here for just some weak rotation at least to be present with this storm. And again, if you guys do live in the UP and you happen to have severe reports as far as pictures, videos, damage, feel free to drop those in our new group. It's called Michigan Weather Reports. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and pin that to our page just so you guys can find it easier. So you guys can just go to our Facebook page. It'll be on the top of the page. You just click it and then post. There you go. It's pinned on our Facebook page. So feel free to hop over there and drop your pictures, reports in there. If you have any, we'll go ahead and take a peek. I'm going to be watching this all night long, so I'll see new posts coming in. If anything is interesting, I'll share it here on air with you guys.
Were you live when you were circling your radar or no?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
I just took you back while I got my water.
Okay. That's fine. Ugh. If we could put a radar in every county, we would. That's just not feasibly possible.
It'd be expensive.
That'd be. Oh man, you might. That would be probably $1 billion.
Probably more than that, for being honest.
Yeah. Putting in requests for Discord soon. Future project. Yeah, so this is pretty much bypassed Marinisco at this point. It did impact Marinisco and has slid off to the east since. This is now impacting portions of southern Ontonagon County. Watersmeet, I would say this is impacting you guys in the next 2 minutes. It will still hit you guys. Ewan and especially Bruce Crossing and Trout Creek. Tiny little intersection there that I've visited a couple times. Great communities there. You guys want to be taking shelter now. You guys got like 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. Again, the storms are racing off to the northeast at close to 60 mile per hour now. So it'll be on top of you guys before you know it. So if you live anywhere south and east of Bergland, that's you guys. Bergland, you guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning. So just in case, you want to be on standby for that damaging squall line. Boeing segment, you can call it. Why do you guys not have a cyclone port set up? It's expensive as well.
We've reached out to them and they have not got back with us. We want to get a network like that going, but they're just not getting back with us for whatever reason.
There's only so much we can do.
So as Joel mentioned, Matchwood and Ewan, Bruce Crossing. There's also Baltimore, Gem, North Paynesville, Agate, Trout Creek, Paulding, Sleepy Hollow, Calderwood, Robbins, Watersmeet, Fuller, and Tamarack, all in the path here with the next couple of minutes for impact for you guys. Expect some gusty winds, and we're looking at just a bit of rotation. It's hard to tell being so high off the ground here. I don't really think it's too big of a concern, but it's in the right spot. It's kind of lining up. We kind of see some rotation with the storm, but it's just not a very clear cut signature just because we're still so high off the ground.
Where specifically?
Where?
No, where specifically were you seeing the rotation?
Up there by Matchwood, south of Bergland.
I'm going to take your radar because I don't have Matchwood on mine.
Well, it's just this area right here we're seeing with
the
top there. New scan coming in there. It's a very typical bookend vortex type of look where you have that top end kind of curling back on itself. But I don't think it's organized, but it's hard to tell being so far off the ground. Latest scan, heaviest velocity now about to cross 45, Highway 45, north-south road here from Waters Meet North into the Bruce Crossing area. This is going to be entering, or it's actually in southern Ontonagon. So curious now if we're going to get some outages coming into this website, which still says 0 people are out of power. So we'll see if that updates. It does say 5 customers out in Houghton County now. So perhaps something going on there. But that's further north, actually. So I don't think it's going to be affecting. Oh, this storm up here is producing some power outages. And looking on velocity.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of going unnoticed up here as well in Houghton County, up by South Range, Chassel, Portage Lake, Rabbit Bay, Center, Point Mills. Perhaps some gusty winds happening up here. That would be probably deserving of a warning, but it's on land here, but it's not going to be on land for too much longer as it moves off onto Lake Superior. But outages are rolling in from that area, so gusty winds definitely occurring with this particular area, which does not have a warning at this current time. Looks like they opted for an SWS on the south end of this warning in the UP. And then looks like another warning got extended over to Green Bay in Wisconsin. If this continues to push eastward, we're looking at a track over here to Michigan. Probably gonna get this going here. Speed. Let me get the speed on it real quick. It says east at 55.
Damn. Darn. Sorry. Oops. My bad, y'all.
MSC after dark, guys.
Tired.
Arrival time here. I'm looking for it.
You're gonna have like, I was like, you're gonna have like 100 cities in there.
Yeah, it looks like 3:30 or so because Onekama is on 3:30, which is on the lakeshore. So we're looking at another 3 hours, 2.5 hours. If it's moving at 50 miles an hour before it arrives here, so we still got quite a good chunk of time, and that's again if it holds out and can survive the lake.
Put y'all kids to bed. Put me to bed. It is 1 a.m. I think 1 a.m. is going to be my cutoff here.
No.
Yeah. Special weather statement or special marine warning has been canceled for south of Isle Royale. That was a potent looking storm earlier.
Mm-hmm. Still no outages coming in from this severe warning down here, which is good news.
It honestly could just be the lack of houses that are affected. Population, yeah.
Could be.
UP population is, what was it? I don't think it's north of 200,000. I think it's south of 200,000.
Would be surprised.
Biggest population centers, of course, being Marquette and Sault Ste. Marie. Thank you, Carl. I guess it's 231,000. So I was close. But with the state being 10 million people, that's very low percentage.
Yeah, now velocity's coming down on this. as it gets closer to the radar, it's going to continue to come down.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it gusts out. We can catch a break here and get some more sleep in. But we'll track this all across the UP and also across Lake Michigan. Go back up here to Houghton County. Still a good downburst going on there. But man, these 6-minute scans are killer.
Yeah.
The outages are centered around Torch Lake and Portage Lake. It says 5 customers affected, and they're scattered all throughout that area. So very localized. New scan coming around.
I was going to say the radar beam's just there on the screen.
Glitch.
Yeah. We aren't much, but it's not the size of it. Yeah. For the UP. There's multiple lakes with multiple of the same name. I know you just said Portage Lake, and there's a Portage Lake in the Lower Peninsula. There's like 3 or 4 Portage Lakes in the Lower Peninsula. So
yeah.
And there's a Torch Lake in the Lower Peninsula, obviously.
Looks like the bulk of this is moving on to the lake as we speak, Lake Superior. So that's going to be no longer a threat for gusty winds up there in Houghton. But again, a lot of lightning still occurring with that storm. Likely some gusty winds still hanging out there. So this warning, though, continues as a considerable warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as quarter-size hail. It's going to include northwestern Iron, southern Houghton, southern Ontonagon, and eastern Gogabet counties. Pretty healthy looking line here, but I think the wind velocity is, I mean, it's not unimpressive, but it's not like impressive.
Right.
So Marquette has continued a severe warning for considerable 70-mile-per-hour winds. So they've trimmed it back perhaps just a bit. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for the update.
Oh, yeah.
But they continued it until 1:15 a.m. So another 12 minutes on this warning. It's going to be moving in toward Matchwood right now. Bruce Crossing, Gem, Paynesville, Agate, Trout Creek, North Paynesville along M28, crossing Highway 45 right now. Now 16 customers out in Houghton County, all around the Portage Lake, Torch Lake areas where that storm was. So likely had really gusty winds up there that kind of went unnoticed with that storm as it moves off onto Lake Superior now. So no longer poses a threat.
Did you hear that?
No.
Okay. There's still some good winds in there.
Yeah, it kind of started dying out there for a second. Now they're back.
Yeah. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to head off, at least the stream part and showing my face. Sorry, Ryan.
It's all good.
I got class at 10 a.m. Oh, okay. I got class at 10 a.m., so I got to get up here. I'm setting my alarm right now. Perfect. It is set. So, you guys are in good hands with Ryan, as I'm in the background now. And guys stay safe out there tonight. So,
See you, Joel.
see ya.
And then there is one.
Wha-
So we're going to be looking at this line of storms here for a while. We're going to be tracking this for quite some time. We're watching this in the UP here for the immediate concern, although the velocity to me doesn't look overly concerning. There's a lack of any significant reports of outages or wind gust reports. So that's going to be interesting to see if they continue this warning into um, further into Iron County, Houghton County, and Baraga County. So we're just going to keep an eye on what they do here and update accordingly. But right now, I don't really see too much in the way of anything concerning, besides some heightened velocity. But it's kind of cluttered as well. Only a couple areas in here really getting close to 60, plus. Most of it's like 40 to 50 miles per hour. But again, we're still thousands of feet off thousands of feet in the atmosphere here, looking at the radar beam at this location, right around 6,000 feet. So we're still a good ways up in the atmosphere where these winds, we don't know if they're mixing down to the ground or not. Looks like some of those winds as well are displaced out ahead of that line. So I'm not sure if that's going to be the I guess really not, but it's pretty cluttered, that's for sure. It's not really organized, it's just kind of a big line. It is moving to the northeast here into Baraga and Houghton counties. So if this continues, we're looking at Covington Township along US 41. Really don't see any townships here. Herman, Alberta, Baraga, Pelkey, Ziba, not too many. Further south here, this is going to track eastward as it approaches Green Bay. They say it's moving at about 55 miles per hour, which would put it in northwestern lower Michigan around 3 to 3:30 in the morning. So keep an eye on that. The latest model does have this storm or this complex dying out, and this one up here in the UP continuing across the UP. But models have been fairly inaccurate the past couple of hours. I'm not going to say hours, but throughout the day to day, we've seen models flip flop back and forth so many times that we really don't know what to put our trust in. So at this point, we're just going to take it as it comes and just kind of track it as need be. Right now, I would expect this to hold out at least to Lake Michigan, and then as it crosses Lake Michigan, take a peek at how the atmosphere looks and decide from there. Because we can look at the atmosphere in real time and get an idea if this is going to be supported or not, or if it's going to die out. Which we have a lot of instability out there. That's the main driving mechanism of this system. Flood advisory now for Houghton County until 4:15 a.m. We'll see if that pops on my screen or not. I don't know if I have it turned on or not. Go ahead and double check that. I do have it turned on. So we'll see what pops in. But with this system and with any storm really today, it goes for now and also later on. Any storm that can train over the same area repeatedly. Heavy rainfall, definitely a concern as there is a lot of humidity out there, a lot of moisture. It's going to make heavy rainfall rates very easy to come by. So, especially if you live in bigger cities like Detroit, Grand Rapids, Lansing, that are uh, prone to flooding, should I say, you guys should be on alert and make sure you are not driving through flooded roadways because obvious reasons don't want you to stall out and your car is worth more than what 5-10 minutes of a detour. Just take your extra precaution, find a different route if you need to. Again, this warning up here is considerable for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It includes southern Ontonagon, eastern Gogebic, northwestern Iron, and southern Houghton counties. And this goes for another 4 minutes. So it expires in 4. We'll see if they continue it or if they're going to downgrade it. We'll see what they do. It would be interesting. I'm not really sure what they're going to do, honestly, because velocity doesn't look too impressive with this. Although, of course, it does, have some pockets here of 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I would expect it to at least continue as a statement. Probably going to be a warning, though, if I had to guess. So we'll see if they issue anything here. There's your flood advisory. So it's actually further north for that storm that produced some power outages. So the flood advisory in effect for 3 hours. It says minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Rainfall amounts up to an inch are expected over the area. Between 1 and 3 inches has already fallen. So that's going to be areas for the Torch Lake, Portage Lake area in Houghton County in the UP. Tony, if you're seeing that on the county line of Ontonagon, Houghton, and Iron, it's clear air. It's clear air, Tony, if that's the one you're looking at. Warning expires in 2 minutes. Okay, there we go. New warning just got issued. There it goes. I was going to say it popped on my screen, then it popped off. So considerable warning continues for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be for roughly the same counties, just a little bit of a displaced east and south. So continues for basically the exact same areas. Ontonagon, southern Ontonagon especially, southern Houghton. This now includes southwestern Baraga County, as well as western Iron County, actually the majority of Iron County, and then a very small portion of Gogebic. So new warning here in effect for another half hour. Quarter size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, the hazard with the storm as it moves to the east-northeast. Taking a peek down here as the storm approaches the Green Bay radar. The winds are roughly right around 50 to 60 miles per hour on this line here. We'll keep an eye on that because as it gets closer to the Green Bay radar, we're going to have a better idea of how the winds at the surface are looking. So right now, we're still probably close to about 1,000 or so feet off the ground. Get close to Green Bay, we're going to have a really good idea of what this line to the south is doing and if we should be concerned over here in Traverse City, Manistee areas later on. So I'm going to animate this. And because I'm working solo now, I'm going to have to do some manual posting and stuff behind the scenes. So bear with me here. It's kind of hard with the school season starting back up. Joel's got to be in class bright and early tomorrow, so obviously he needs to rest. So it's just me tonight. So I'm crossing my fingers for a quieter night, which so far it has been. Of course, these are severe warnings, but so far nothing major as far as reports go, which is great news by my book. Let's hope it continues. Joel says hi from bed, so he is in chat here, watching. If you're watching us earlier, I believe Joel mentioned all of the warnings that get issued in Michigan are automated to our Facebook and X accounts, but we have to wait for NWS graphics because that's what we kind of put with our automated alerts. So those automated graphics are a few minutes behind. So even though the warning's issued, I'm still scrolling, trying to get the graphic so we can kind of post it with the warning that got issued. And it just got posted. So I can go over and pop over on Facebook and get that up. Okay. It's posted. All right. So just that one warning still in effect for another half hour. It remains a considerable warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds is going to be your hazard. And because I'm solo, I can take this off and you guys can still hear me. So we're going to leave that right here. Places including in this warning are going to be Highway 141 here, US 2, Iron River, Crystal Falls, Amasa, Gibson Lake, Balsam, Gibbs City, Perch Lake. And then also up here, looking at Kenton, Ober Kenton right now, Sidnaw, Tunis. A couple of names here that I do not recognize, but we don't really cover the UP. We don't have to cover the UP too much because not much goes on up here. It's usually a fairly quiet in comparison to lower Michigan. So not too familiar with the area, but Radar Omega here, the product we're using, also has really good detail as far as townships and roads and smaller areas. So it helps out a lot. Looks like the brightest velocity here is going to be riding the county line here of Iron County, Houghton, and Baraga. So that's going to be coming into Covington Township eventually. Would not be shocked if they put a new warning out on the northern end of this on this flank here, just because it's kind of pushing up northeast. Heading toward Lance, Covington Township, Herman, Alberta, those areas. So wouldn't be shocked if they put a new warning out there, especially for Baraga County. So I see a couple questions rolling in here for other areas downstate. So Southeast Michigan is completely clear and should be clear for the rest of the night. I would expect a risk to develop for Southeast Michigan tomorrow, perhaps around noon and after. But right now it's uncertain. But this round right here is going to stay well north of Southeast Michigan, at least for the next several hours. So I wouldn't be concerned until right around that noon time frame for you guys. Joel Jass has a question if you're still confident in your timing map. If I'm being honest, I didn't get a good look at it, so I can't really tell you if it's on pace or not. On the north side of the warning, they went ahead and put an SWS out, which is a step below a warning. They're saying winds in excess of 30 miles per hour, as well as half-inch hail. So moving east, the storm's moving east at 15 miles per hour. So they're going with a much weaker strength of storm on the north side as this pushes up into Baraga and Houghton County. The velocity here is definitely increasing. We're getting winds 70 to 80 miles per hour in this localized pocket. There's going to be over Federal Forest Highway 16. Gibbs City Road. There's no road name on this road, so we're just going to leave that be. So potential for some heavier winds showing up there on velocity. I don't see any posts coming into our weather reports group, so that's good news. Of course, the UP is definitely less populated, so probably not a lot of people up here watching us tonight or know about this particular group. So, but no reports in my book are good news. It's good news. Some relief for the dew points coming on Thursday, but really have to wait for the weekend before we get any substantial relief from the humidity. We potentially would have another severe risk on Wednesday. Thursday should be, excuse me. Thursday should be in the drier side of things. And then as we get toward Friday, additional showers and storms. Potential for strong storms does exist on Friday as well. But we're not going to get into depth with that just yet. Just kind of looking at the future, keeping an eye on things. I would expect there to be another, at least potential for Friday, at the very least for some rain. What's up, Adam? Weird question about what the feasibility of making an approximately 47 billion GoFundMe to get a radar in every single county. I mean, we have a combined following of 220 or so thousand of you guys between YouTube and Facebook. So if we take 47 billion and divide that by how many followers, you probably have a large number that's unrealistic. I'm gonna do the math real quick. 47 billion divide by 200,000. So everybody would have to donate $235,000 to make that happen. In other words, unrealistic. Nikki says, in Beriga, we'll let you know if we get anything exciting this way. Had constant lightning for about an hour. Severe stuff is about an hour southwest at the moment. Okay, Nikki, thank you for that. Again, this is a pocket of perhaps some heavier winds pushing in the northern end of Iron County right now as we speak. Let's go ahead and pop out our power outage map for this area. Still says 0 customers out. But it does appear to be some population up in this general vicinity. So we'll see if anything rolls in the next couple of updates on that. Ground level winds in Iron River, 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts. Okay, thank you, Carl. You live up there? Are you hearing that from a friend or? I don't see Greenville in the path of this. I don't see Greenville on the map here. Hey Siri. Tonight. Only Greenville I'm seeing is in Lower Michigan. Quake Cat says cutting a check for 235K. I'll look out for it in the mail. Thank you. Thank you, Quake Cat. Oh, Greenville and the LP, yeah, you're fine for now. Your risk will come tomorrow, potentially tomorrow morning, Although I'm going to probably say your risk is going to be a little bit higher Tuesday afternoon into the evening tomorrow, or technically it's today, because we are past midnight, so it's technically Tuesday. So later on today, I'd say be alert afternoon for you guys down there. But as far as confidence and everything goes, timing, that's just not certain right now with this type of forecast. There's just so much that we don't know. Take a peek at the latest model and see if anything's changed. This latest model says that this line down here by Green Bay is going to die very soon. So we'll see if that's the case. There's just so many solutions with the models. It's just not even funny. All right, we're getting close to the radar now in Green Bay, and as you can see, the winds here are right around 50 or so miles per hour, probably a few hundred feet off the ground. So they're not overly strong, but they are strong. We'll wait a few more scans as we get really close here to the Green Bay radar. There's a new scan coming in for Wisconsin. We'll come back to that here in a few minutes. I want to continue focusing on the severe warning here as this storm does have a pocket, according to radar, of what appears to be 80 plus mile per hour winds with this. It's still a considerable warning, but this is going to be a pocket of perhaps concerning velocity. Still showing up here. It's going to be riding this road, Gibbs City Road is what this road is called. A few other roads, if I can pull some up. Winslow Lake Road, West Winslow Lake Road, Winslow Shores Road. It's a private drive, looks like. So that's going to be the general vicinity of this. Looking at the power outage map, still says 0 people out of power. So best case scenario here is either A, there's nobody who lives here, or B, these winds aren't mixed into the ground. Either one is good news in my opinion, but the radar does look concerning here. And we are 4,000 feet off the ground now. So we were at 10,000. And as the storm gets closer to the Marquette radar, which is positioned over here, the closer the storm gets to it, the lower the beam height becomes, the more accurate the data is. So the fact we're seeing the 80 miles per hour, about 4,000 feet off the ground, is quite concerning. If that continues down to that continues down to 3 and then 2,000 feet, that could definitely be a concern here with the storm. Yeah, more realistically, we could do cyclone ports in all 83 counties. Yes, I agree, Joel. I would like to get a network of that going, but they don't want to reply to us. So they seem to be not interested in selling us equipment for whatever reason. So just kind of while we have a minute here between scans, because these scans are coming in 6 minutes apart, which gives us some time to look at new data and then take a little bit of a breather here between scans. I'm going to flip on the model, the latest model here for the future radar. This is what it says it looks like. It's pretty accurate, honestly. We have that storm up here in the UP and then that line moving into Green Bay. Now this model says this line in Green Bay completely dies out as it crosses Lake Michigan, but storms up here in the UP continue on most all night and into tomorrow morning. Here's 9 a.m. So notice how that line just doesn't exist anymore. And then up here in the UP, we're focused on the UP all night long. And then it says storms pop up by Traverse City, Sheboygan at about 10 a.m. And those will hit Traverse City, Cadillac areas at 11 a.m. Here's noon. Here's 1 o'clock. And then that's where the model is still loading in. So this model happens to think that this line across Green Bay is going to die. So let's cross our fingers and hope that's the case. Take a peek down here at the Green Bay radar off of the other software that I use, GR2. Joel uses it all the time. GR2 is good because it actually tells us the beam height at location. So I'm looking at this right now behind the scenes. This is my other laptop. You guys don't really see a lot, but I utilize this as a 4-panel look to get an idea of what storms are doing. But depending on where my mouse cursor is on the screen, if you look down here in the bottom, it'll actually tell you how high the beam height is, where I'm kind of circling my mouse down here. So Green Bay radar to these winds is roughly 300 feet. We're getting severe winds, 57, 58 miles per hour there over Seymour, Wisconsin, as that pushes into the Green Bay radar site. But it doesn't look too concerning outside of that. Nothing significant happening as far as, big gusts, 70, 80 plus mile an hour, nothing like that happening, which is good news. But still, 300 feet off the ground, we're getting these velocity signatures still upwards of 55 to 60 miles per hour. So it's still cranking pretty healthily there as it moves into Green Bay. But the hope here is that it hits Lake Michigan and dies, which Lake Michigan's warm enough to support these storms. So I don't expect that to happen. I have to keep an eye on that and kind of see how that plays out. I pop open here the real-time data. We call it mesoanalysis. I want to take a peek at what's happening across northern lower Michigan here. Yeah, so we are capped pretty well off. About 1,000 surface cape, about 2,000 mixed layer cape, and the shear is still lacking. So I'm not overly impressed by that right now. What about the UP? Okay, the UP has a little bit more going for it. Still not overly impressive though. We'll leave that up in the background and just kind of keep an eye on that. So this warning continues for another 13 minutes at least. I wouldn't be shocked if they issue another warning here for I believe this is going to be Baraga County, south of Leance. This general area here, as this is looking a little bit more healthier, but still no reports coming in of any damage or anything related to storm. My mind's blanking. Sorry. Nothing that's suggesting the storm is actually severe or that these winds are mixing down to the ground, but it's hard to tell just because the UP is sparsely populated. So we don't have too many verification points to look at. I see Quake Cat with a $23.50 super chat says, will this work? Enjoy and thanks. Thank you, Quake Cat. And there we go. New gigantic severe. That's a ginormous severe warning that they just issued. Considerable warning here. Baraga, Houghton, and Northern Iron. That is a ginormous warning. So there we go. This is going to be in effect for another 26 minutes. Areas in this warning include Pelkey, Lake Roland, Twin Lakes, Elo, Assassin's, Baraga, Zeba, Leance, Herman, Alberta, Covington Township. I don't see too many other names on this list. So this ginormous severe warning in effect here. Quarter size hail, 70 mile per hour winds. That is going to be the hazard for the next 26 minutes as the storm rolls through. Hopping on the velocity here, we are seeing that there is some stronger winds here showing up, and that's going to push northeastward here. As we get closer to the Marquette radar, like I mentioned before, the data gets better, more accurate, closer to the ground. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this, and hopefully it starts to weaken here. But in this case, it's not. So I'm going to go back here, just kind of loop this. So the old warning has just expired, and the new warning now is actually canceled. Didn't expire, canceled. And the new warning here continues in its place. We are 50 subscribers away from another milestone here, 21,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube and you are not subscribed, feel free to smash that subscribe button. Help us get to that goal. We'll probably hit it early today, which is great news, but always make a little bit of a push here with you guys. There's only about 225 of you guys watching, which is expected here. 1:30 in the morning. We're in the UP here, so we're not looking at too big of areas being affected just yet. So we'll definitely have probably more viewership as we get toward that morning time frame. Hopefully, we're not live all night here, but I'm kind of planning on it. And I'm working solo, so I'll be doing all the work here on the page as well as stream. So bear with me here if there's some dead spots. If you are new here, happening to find us tonight, we are live on Facebook and YouTube simultaneously for all severe warnings in the state, whether they're tornadic or severe. UP, Lower Peninsula, we are live 24/7, 365 whenever need be. So feel free to follow along. Glad to have you with us. Speaking of extra work, I gotta get that graphic up. And we're still waiting on that graphic, actually. So we're still a few minutes behind. So the warning is about 3 minutes old, but the graphic takes a few minutes to populate. So you're just going to keep an eye on that to make sure that gets posted when it does. Cue Jeopardy music. Yeah, this is really picking up speed as well. Like it's actually moving pretty fast. The text of the warning says it's moving northeast at 35, but by the looks of it, it's cranking. I mean, 6 minute scans. Yeah, I guess about 35 to 40 is probably accurate. It just looks faster because 6 minute scans makes it look like it's going a little bit further. But it is probably, I think it is picking up speed, honestly, if I had to guess. So for those of you down here in Marquette County, ish pending along Highway 41, Michigami Republic, you guys should be on alert here as the storm is moving your way. It is packing quite a punch here, according to radar. We are getting a few reports of outages now out of Iron County. It says 2 people out of power, or should I say 2 customers out of power. Houghton County, though, however, has 811. That Portage Lake, Torch Lake area got hit hard. So 811 people out of power, and it says that they serve 20,000, so that's about 4% of the population of Houghton County that's without power right now from earlier storms that were actually not warned. So perhaps a little bit of a surprise for you guys up there if you're watching from Houghton County. I'm still waiting for that graphic. It's just not coming through. There may not be a graphic period, so we're just going to stop watching for that. Go ahead and update the post to reflect the new data. I'm going to get a radar image with that post just because we don't have a graphic. You guys got to help me here because I'm going to be falling asleep. I'm not going to sleep, obviously, but I'm going to be dragging here the later we get. SPC just released their new day one. So we can talk about that here in a few. So their new day one outlook does not appear to have changed as far as upgrades or downgrades. Slight risk continues. I'll dive into it here in a second and take a peek at the exact hazards and probabilities and stuff like that. Before I do that, though, I do want to dive back in here and go over this warning again. So, considerable warning continues here for a large area of the UP. Considerable warnings indicate winds over 70 miles per hour or hail over a golf ball size in diameter. This particular case, winds over 70 mile per hour are likely, or should I say possible. Counties included are going to be Houghton, Baraga, and northern Iron counties. This storm is moving pretty fast in toward Baraga County. So those of you who live in Dickinson County, but primarily western Marquette County, you guys should be on alert here as the storm is pushing your way pretty rapidly. So be alert for the storm and any additional warnings that may get issued for the Marquette County, but also Marquette areas, because Marquette I know is a pretty big population center in the UP. I'm not seeing anything rotation wise with this. However, this type of system here, if we look at this, it's kind of like a bow here. And with these systems, if our shear is positioned correctly, sometimes we can get little indentations on the north side of this bow echo here, where kind of winds fold back on itself. We call it bookend vortex. So I'm going to watch this very closely. Right now, there's a little bit of some off color here, but looking at that, not concerning right now. But if that does start to strengthen, that'd be the correct area for that to keep an eye for a bookend vortex type of spin up feature. So we'll watch it close right now. Not concerned for anything tornadic, just some heavy winds right now, moving through mostly Baraga County, but also northern Iron and perhaps southern Houghton County as well. Let's go ahead and pop in the SPC day one. I will not have a zoomed look for you guys until it loads in the other website. It's going to take a few minutes to load. So I'm going to take this off the screen, pop that over. Okay, so a few changes here that I'm going to look at real quickly here. I'm going to read through this just briefly so I know what I'm going to communicate to you guys. Yeah, that's kind of what we're reading this forecast here. It's kind of what we're thinking as well, and what we kind of known. So I'll go over this here in a second, but pop this in real quick. We'll come back to radar in a second. But the new outlook for today, the slight risk remains in effect for the entire lower peninsula, as well as the portions of the UP. The marginal risk is still in effect, so pretty much the entire state under a severe risk. A couple changes, though. They did expand the 2% tornadic risk, and they kind of shifted that further south. So that now goes down to right about between I-94 and I-96. So right around Lansing or so, and points northward for that 2% tornado risk tomorrow. And then the wind and hail threat continue across the entirety of the LP. There's your hail, and then here's your wind. So the only change right now is with that 2% tornadic risk. So that's really the only thing to be, I guess, updated about. But in the discussion here, they mentioned this one line or this one paragraph here. It's not entirely clear where early day outflow will establish itself. And why that's important, going back here to radar, go ahead and pop this back in while I get my other radar screen pulled up. So why that outflow is important is we zoom out here, this complex, and what complexes like to do is you can actually see it. This right here is what we call an outflow boundary. It's winds that rush out of a thunderstorm and they usually sag east or east and south. Not always. Other storms can produce outflow boundaries all around them, but these complexes tend to leave a trail of outflow winds here. And as this complex pushes across Lake Michigan, it'll lay that outflow to the south of that. So where that outflow boundary sets up is going to be the focus for new storms later today. So if we were to track this more so directly west to east, that puts the outflow boundary somewhere from roughly Muskegon up to Mount Pleasant to the Tri-Cities. So that tells me that we're going to have to watch that particular area to see if there's an outflow boundary later on this morning to kind of get an idea. And that will slowly sag southwards. So we're looking at roughly potential development right along the central Michigan area later on today, which would make sense why that 2% tornadic risk got shifted to the south. So we're going to watch the outflow really closely on this storm. You can actually already see it in Wisconsin. I just circled it. That's going to matter when it gets over to us to kind of see where that exactly sets up. So there is your little bit of a forecasting tidbit for you guys today, kind of a nitty gritty detail there. Winds coming out of the complex that are in Green Bay currently right around 40 to 50 miles per hour. So looks like we're just below or right at severe limits with this complex as it pushes into Green Bay. Back up here to our severe warning in the UP. Still heavy winds here, not seeing anything concerning as far as tornadic activity goes. But we do have more power outages rolling in. 21 people now out of power in Iron County. 811 still out of power in Houghton. Got a question for you guys here. Does anybody have like a weird type of sickness going around where your throat feels kind of scratchy and you have perhaps some mucus, but your clear sinuses, it just kind of like a scratchy throat? I've been having it for the past like 2 or 3 days. I don't know if it's a sickness or what. No fever, like nothing else besides just a scratchy throat. It's weird. I've seen a few people post about it and people seem to agree it's going around, but I'm trying to figure out what it is. I don't think it's allergies. I do take an antihistamine Zyrtec, so I usually don't have too many seasonal allergies, thank goodness. See a few people on here saying allergies. It could be allergies, but for me personally, I think it's more so perhaps a virus or something. I don't know. I wouldn't expect it to be serious, but I'm just kind of poking around, see if you guys are experiencing something similar to that. Because it's not like a full blown sickness where you're like having, blowing your nose every couple minutes and coughing. It's just a scratchy throat. New scan, I do want to mention, is picking up on velocity even further. This is actually kind of becoming a little bit more so concerning as this moves toward the Marquette radar. We are seeing, pop this in real quick. We're seeing winds about 2,500 feet off the ground, upwards of 70 to 80 plus miles per hour here across Baraga and Iron County, around that county line here. That's concerning because we're getting really close, or not really close, we're getting closer to the Marquette radar. We're only 2,500 feet off the surface now. So we're becoming closer to the ground here. So this is, the closer we get to the radar site and the brighter these colors are, that's definitely becoming more concerning. Also want to point out perhaps some hail falling here. A little bit of a CC drop here, as we call it. Usually we call a CC drop for like debris, stuff like that. But we are seeing a little bit of a, CC drop here correlating to some higher reflectivity. So likely some small hail falling here just north of Amasa. So we'd be shocked if there's a few hail reports coming out of central Iron County right now. Go ahead and check the outage center again. No update there. Let's go ahead and check our group for anything being posted in there. Nothing. So all is quiet so far. I'll go ahead and bring back the other radar into the picture here. We're going to keep it on reflectivity here. Let's go ahead and split screen if you guys don't mind doing it this way. We have radar on the left. We're going to utilize our velocity on the right. And actually, the velocity is I don't like that. Let's go ahead and switch this back over here. So bear with me here. GR2 has a little bit better look at it. So we'll go ahead and flip back over here to the other product and utilize this one instead, just because it's a little bit clearer to see here. Go ahead and give some road names out for you guys. So in the path of this, again, Western Marquette County, you guys should be on alert for this. This warning expires in 9 minutes. In fact, it just got trimmed, I believe, back just a bit. Continues as considerable for winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Wait for the box here to update on this screen. I would not be shocked if they went ahead and issued one for the rest of Western Marquette and Eastern Baraga County here as the storm tracks rapidly off to the east. Waiting for the new scan to pop in here. It looks like they've upped the scans here. I guess they haven't. We're still at 6 minutes. So new scan coming in about 2 minutes here. And that is the downfall of radars sometimes is we have to wait. We have one scan. We have to wait 5 minutes between scans. So we can't really actively track it minute by minute. So we're kind of reliant on the new scan here. So that'll come in about, again, 3 minutes at this point. Couple areas here, US 41, Nestoria, Three Lakes, Michigami, all the way down here into northern Iron County, though I'm not seeing any townships or bigger population centers, which is good news. Oberherman, Leants, and then we're gonna kind of move into Marquette County here in a second. Republic. Check out Whitbeck, Witch Lake, M95 here, North South Road, Wobach, Champion, Martin's Landing, all the way up here along 607. A lot of inner lakes here. Not seeing any population centers though. So Western Marquette, though, be alert. Would not be shocked if they went ahead and extended this warning off into the Marquette County area. Go ahead and pop open my other radar, which I'm talking and drawing on actively and not even having live. So bear with me. So that white box there, I'm just kind of drawing where that warning or where a potential warning may be issued here in a few minutes as the storm tracks off to the east, northeast. Where in the world? Oh, that's why. Cool. Got my headphones here that were charging, but they weren't even plugged in. So go figure. Now they're charging. All right, back to the comments here. Was there more to the SPC update that you comment on? So not right now. Otherwise, just that little bit of a change in the 2% tornadic risk. That's the only major change there. I don't believe they mentioned an upgrade or anything like that in the text. So we'll likely have to see more confidence that they're going to upgrade that, which I don't think it's going to happen though. Day 2. I don't think it's updated, but I can take a peek. Day 2 is not updated just yet. I have to wait for that to come in. All right. Keep an eye on the power outage maps here across the area. Iron County says 24 people out of power. Baraga says 0 out of power, which is surprising. Houghton County still has 811 people out of power. Once day 2 updates, I'll let you guys know if there's a change. Day 2 would be Wednesday, which would be tomorrow. There is currently at least, there is a severe risk potential for Wednesday. We'll keep an eye on that. I would expect adjustments to that, especially as we figure out what's going to happen tonight into tomorrow, or technically tonight into today. We are past midnight, so technically we are in Tuesday mode here. So it's still early on in the day, but I do have my phone on my left side here, which has all the notifications that are needed. So once the day 2 gets issued, I will let you guys know. We'll go over that here in a second. Although I will say they're not extending that warning just yet, although the storm is about to cross outside of the warning box. The wind velocities on this have come down just a bit, but still concerning, about 50 to 60 miles per hour, perhaps a bit higher in spots. And with that, though, I do want to mention that there is no outage reports coming in out of Baraga County. So that may be why they're not more so concerned for this, or so should I say extending this warning further into Marquette, which I think they're going to eventually, unless it continues a downtrend, which it could. But for right now, I believe these winds may be still elevated. Although I will say this as well, we're about 2,000 feet off the surface now. We're about to go down to about the 1,500 foot mark here, and we're still right around 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we're still borderlining severe limits here, if not at or over severe. And this velocity table is broken on Radar Omega. New warning now. There we go. I pretty much drew that like not 5 minutes ago. That exact warning. Considerable warning. Baraga, Iron, Marquette County until 2:30, so another half hour. And maybe, just maybe, we get a break after this can go on the water. Fingers are crossed, though, because we have an entire other half of the UP to go through here. But again, let's just take out one warning at a time here. So new warning in effect, Marquette, Western Marquette, and then the rest of Baraga County here. Considerable warning continues, and also a new one is issued for these storms. So we're going to go ahead and get another post on the page about this real quick. Again, I'm working solo, so bear with me as I'm making posts, as well as doing radar, stream, the whole 9 yards. So bear with me. Okay. New scan loading in. Okay. That's rolling now. Likely going to have, I'm hoping we're going to have a break here after this kind of works its way onto Lake Superior. As you can kind of see, this part of the line here is kind of falling apart. So hopefully we can continue, perhaps radar only stream until something else goes severe after this. I'll try and take a little bit of a nap, perhaps. But of course, be always watching here. But we gotta get through this warning here first. So continue this for at least another half hour. The bulk of the winds, I do want to mention this as well. The bulk of the winds are associated with this line and only this line. If we're to circle this, the brighter colors here are where the heaviest of winds are, and that is currently pushing east northeastward. So once that comes onto Lake Superior, we will likely at least be looking at a little bit lower of a severe threat, as that's going to be the main concern right now. Further south here, just not seeing too much in the way of impressive velocities pushing in right now, at least. If that changes, I'll let you guys know. And I'm working again solo. I am tired, so bear with me. Things may not make sense. I'm going to try my best to make them make sense. No, the blue is not snow. This is just a different color table that we're using. It's a custom table made by one of our moderators, Isaac. He made this color table for us. So utilize it, make it look unique to us. So the blue is rain. It's not snow. If I were to change that back to what we used before, it looks something like this. Personally, I'm a fan of the blue. That's just my personal opinion. I like the unique look to it. But you guys can vote. If you guys want, let's go ahead and vote, because why not? It's 2 in the morning. We got 225 of you on here watching. Do you guys like the blue or the green better? The goal here is just communicate and make it easier for you guys to understand, which I get green is probably easier to do that, but I also want something that looks unique to us as well. So, good morning, Sly. How is northern lower Michigan looking around Traverse City surrounding areas? Looking bad or not really? So it's going to be dependent on if this line can hold out, which right now it's kind of hard to tell what's going on with this line. But definitely some. Okay, I can tell you one thing that's actually happening with this line. So notice how we have the edge of the rain is out here, but the bulk of the heavier rain is kind of back here. Okay, keep an eye on that. So we'll zoom in here and take a peek at our wind velocities. All the heavier velocities are extended out in front of the heaviest precipitation. That is likely because that is an outflow boundary that is pushing out. That means those storms are currently dying. So the model that we looked at probably about 45 minutes ago is potentially becoming correct here, where this is not expected to hang out too much longer. So if you're in Traverse City, I'm going to say be alert. Next hour and a half to 2 hours, it's slowing down too. So maybe a little bit later, 4 or 5 a.m. But right now, I'm going to say this line is starting to gust out. So it may not be strong or severe when it hits you guys over there in Traverse City area. Carl, that's funny. I see most of you guys say blue is okay. So as long as you guys are cool with it, I mean, I'd like to use it more often. This is the first time using it on stream, so we're gonna be tweaking a lot of things here this off season to kind of make MSC a little bit more so unique. We have new stream software coming, which is going to have a bunch of other gadgets, whistles, and bells. So we're working on it behind the scenes. We have a couple partners we're doing stuff with. So expect 2025 to be a step ahead of what we're doing now in terms of our streams. Also with this color table, I had Isaac make it so we can actually tell hail cores a little bit better. Like for example, we can kind of take a peek in here. We see a little bit of these brighter purples, blues, and gray colors. That's designed that way so we can kind of pick out where heavier hail cores could be within storms. So that's another good thing about this. But that's the only thing that changed. The velocity didn't change. The correlation coefficient didn't change. Nothing else changed besides the reflectivity colors. Heaviest of the winds is current. Hold on, something got issued here from Gaylord. Flash flooding possible, heavy rainfall, northeastern Wisconsin into the UP of Michigan. We'll go over that here in a second. But basically, they're just saying heavy rainfall is possible, blah, blah, blah. Flash flooding is possible as well. So, with this bulk of heavier rain moving through, that could dump a few inches of rain in a short amount of time. So, definitely flash flooding. But back here to the wind velocity, we are getting the heaviest in the warning here as it pushes into Marquette County as we speak, but also a few to the south of this as well. That's currently not warned in Iron County. So we'll see if they put a warning on that. I'm not expecting they would. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the outage map here. Still says 25 people out of power in Iron County. Population of Iron County is about 4,200 people. So that's about 0.6% of the population out of power. So not much coming in from that general vicinity. Great news there. As far as Baraga goes, Baraga County does not have a single outage reported. So what it appears is this storm is elevated in nature, which means these winds are not reaching down to the ground. Or if they are, the population is so sparse, it's not doing much in the way of any damage or knocking power out. There's actually quite a few color tables that I have downloaded here. Also want to point out we're having some developments out ahead, out ahead of this line. My throat is really scratchy this morning. I'm not sure what's going on. But a few more pop-ups popping out ahead of this line. Let's go ahead and take a peek at velocity on these. Wouldn't expect too much. Well, that's actually a little bit of a mini downburst going on right there in central Marquette County. Wouldn't expect these to do too much though, but they do form into the line. Definitely could see a renewed risk for some wind there as that pushes eastward. I'm hoping for a little bit of a break here with the storm moving over Lake Superior, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, there's a couple of color tables here that I have downloaded. Another one that I like to use a lot is called AWIPS. It kind of gives us a better idea for hill cores as well, but it kind of also makes everything look a little bit less intense, which I don't want because I want to communicate, hey, this is where stronger storms are, and yellow doesn't really do that, so to speak. But this color table is really good at picking out hail cores as well, so I use it sometimes behind the scenes. Leave that right there. So considerable warning for severe winds upwards of 70 miles per hour remains in effect for another 20 minutes. Counties included Baraga and Marquette. The storm is about to enter Marquette County. The strongest of winds looks like it's going to be in Marquette County as we speak. Still no outages coming in from Baraga, though, which is, again, surprising given that we're seeing velocity over 60 to 70 miles per hour. The day 2 outlook has just been issued. We'll wait for that to load in on the back end of things. I'll go from there. So for those wondering, before we actually do this, let's go ahead and bring this in real quick. The old day 2 outlook, or day 3 at the time, now day 2 for Wednesday, it was a slight risk. So this is what it was. And I'm going to refresh this and get an idea for what it is now. But first, we'll let it load in. It takes a few seconds to do that. But it did get downgraded to a marginal. Let's go ahead and just leave that up there so we can compare. There it is. There's your new day 2 outlook. So the marginal got shifted south, or the risk got shifted south and also got downgraded back to that marginal. Day 2 also contains hazards, so wind, hail, tornado. We're going to wait for that to load in as well. Take a peek at what's going on there. It takes a few seconds to load though. Okay, so there it is. So no day 2 tornadic risk, so less than 2%. The hail is still not updating. Wait for those two to update. Yeah, I think winter is going to be a little bit more so on the active side of things too, a little bit colder and snowier than last year. So I would agree. You guys in the chat are going to keep me awake, so feel free to chat it up. I'll be reading you guys quite often. I'm in Felch. Sound like a war zone with lightning and the wind still pretty bad. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that report. I'm not seeing anything translating for outages or damage or anything. I just see Houghton County has 800 people out of power. Iron has 25 people out of power. That's all I'm seeing. Baraga County population is about 1,000 to 2,000 people. So, all right, let's take a peek at the hail. So the hail probability is 5%, and the wind probability is also 5%. So south of I-96, Grand Rapids to Flint, Port Huron, and point southward on Wednesday has a severe risk. So there you go. There's your new day 2. And now back to live radar. Again, severe warning is in effect for Marquette and Baraga counties. It is a considerable warning. That means either A, winds are over 70 miles per hour, or B, the hail threat is over golf ball size. In this case, it is wind. Winds are at 70, and then your hail size at this point is a quarter size in diameter. So taking a peek at the hail tracker, we haven't done that yet. Not really seeing too much in the way of anything significant happening now, but we did have a couple areas of perhaps some heightened, we call VIL, which is indicating basically water droplet size in the atmosphere. The brighter the colors showing up are usually indicative of big raindrops or perhaps some hail. Special weather statements are below severe thunderstorm warnings. We really don't cover those too much unless we're live, obviously. We don't go live for statements. We only go live for warnings. And statements are issued for storms with pea-sized hail or 30-mile-per-hour winds or higher. Hail is hitting my window. Where are you at, Sly? What's up, Arkansas? Glad to see you guys in here. Been a pretty slow time for us here. But getting back in the activity here. And of course, I just talked about this virus thing going around. It doesn't have any mucus, but now I'm getting a drippy nose. So go figure. Baraga County. Okay. So the heaviest of winds right now in Baraga County are going to be over Scanny or Macomb Corner. That's going to be where the heaviest of it, perhaps down here as well toward Michigani, about to enter the Marquette County line. Otherwise, a lot of lightning, yes. Definitely a lot of lightning there with that blob of rain. I am not actually. I thought it could have been like a reaction to a new food I ate because I'm allergic to a lot of foods. So I had mozzarella sticks, gluten-free mozzarella sticks, and ever since then I've been kind of having this scratchy throat, but it's kind of been on and off. So I haven't ate it for a few days, and I see my throat's back to being scratchy. So I don't think that was it. But I mean, there's a lot of temperature fluctuations happening. We're basically in a fall sense for a few days up here. We're getting temperatures around 70, and now we're back into the 90s. So speaking of which, though, today in Michigan, we're looking at heat indexes upwards of 105 degrees. So Make sure you guys are staying hydrated out there, and make sure you guys are taking precautions. Stay indoors if you can. Enjoy the nice AC on what could be one of the hotter days of the year. Potentially sky. We'll see how it looks here. This is going to move on to Lake Superior in the next probably 20 or so minutes. But then we have all this stuff to the south of it to get through as well. So the stream is probably not going to end. But if we have a break here where there's no warnings in effect, I'm probably going to put it in radar only mode, put some music on, and then kind of either rest or walk around, pump that blood, do something to keep me active here because I'm working solo. I'll probably working solo until probably another 10 hours here. So bear with me. I'm already exhausted. I'm on about 4 hours of sleep over the past couple of nights. So I am not well rested. Let's take a peek down here in Green Bay to see what's going on. I see one wind report out of the MEDAR station. Power lines down. Okay, that's actually not the MEDAR station. I thought it was MEDAR station. It's a report there at 1:42 a.m. of some wind damage in Green Bay. This line is continuing, looks to be weakening here as it pushes across Lake Michigan. So now we got about probably an hour to two. I'm going to say 90 minutes before we have arrival in West Michigan. And it could be on the stronger side if that outflow boundary, which is currently positioned out ahead of this, if that continues out ahead of that, we're going to probably have some gustier winds over here, Frankfort, Manistee, north of Ludington. But because the boundary is pushing outward, the further that boundary gets from the storms, the weaker the storms become. So it's not organized by any means, but still it could get some gusty winds on that boundary. I feel like these storms have slowed down. I would love to do that, but I can't do caffeine very well. The only caffeine that I found I can tolerate is McDonald's iced coffee. Otherwise, I can't tolerate it. It's weird. Can the southern storms pick up over the lake? So right now, I would say no based on model guidance. I think they're going to die, or at least continue to weaken. There's a report of wind at the station in Green Bay Airport. ASO station reports wind gusts of 55 miles per hour. So there we go. That was as of 1:40, so about 40 minutes ago. All right. They have downgraded the warning in Marquette down to just a regular severe warning, which means we can take our graphic out of considerable ops back into just our regular severe. So they dropped it down from 70 down to 60 miles per hour. So they're seeing a weakening trend. And honestly, I would agree with that. I see the winds here roughly right around 45 to 50 miles per hour in Marquette County. We were looking at 60 to 70, 80 in spots for a little bit there. And now it's kind of weakening as it pushes close to the radar and also close to the lake as well. You can see the colors on the radar there kind of went from those darker reds down to like those yellowish colors. So it is losing some steam. But now we got to worry about some of these storms down here by Felch. I know somebody in comments here said Felch was getting hit pretty hard. And that makes sense given that, this pocket of brighter velocity just went directly over Felch. So perhaps some gustier winds showing up there. we'll keep an eye on it. Now, I believe this is going to be the new area of focus here as these storms develop into a line, and those are going to push northeastward toward Munising. Additional severe weather is possible with these storms, but the overall environment is definitely I'm not going to say it's not favorable, but it's also not very favorable for severe. There's just a lot of instability out there that these storms are kind of feeding off of. The wind shear up there is displaced to the north. Actually, the surface instability is also displaced. So these storms are kind of on the edge of better instability as well. So we're not seeing too many ingredients overlapping at this point to warrant more severe weather at this point. But of course, the instability is going to move with the storm. So definitely a possibility here to continue getting some of these downburst winds. Let's go ahead and check our D cape actually. Yeah, there's still a lot of D cape up there. Looks like about 1,000 or so, which is more than sufficient for microbursts and downburst type of winds. So that's going to be the main driver of these storms. Damaging winds is going to be your primary concern. Maybe some small hail. And anything tornadic is going to be very low. Probably going to be dependent on storm interactions with each other. But overall, not really seeing that becoming a concern. I would expect them to put something on this southern storm relatively soon. Be southern Marquette, northern Menominee, eastern Dickinson, and maybe western Delta. We'll see. But that's picking up some steam. Probably going to be some gustier winds in there. At least a statement likely going to be issued here, or at least warranted, I would assume. This warning up here expires in 8 minutes, though. Again, quarter-size hail and now 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as the storm moves toward Big Bay along 510 here, and then eventually over Lake Superior fairly soon. Yeah, the further this boundary gets out ahead of these storms, the weaker those storms become. They're kind of gusting themselves out, taking some fuel out of the atmosphere. I'd like to see that. Do you think it's good enough to go outside with some shampoo? Yeah, you guys crack me up. I would stay inside. For being realistic here, I'd stay inside. There's a lot of lightning out there. Flood advisory for Barriga County and Marquette County until 5:30 a.m. That'll populate the screen here in about 3 minutes or so. So new flood advisory in effect somewhere probably in this general vicinity. There's your SWS. Wait for it to pop in. Yep, bam, called that one. Pretty large SWS too. Winds in excess of 30 and half-inch hail. They're not saying we're close to severe with this. I'm going to say we're getting perhaps some really good downburst winds occurring along this line. I would say probably higher than 30. Looking at velocity, we're seeing a little bit of some downburst signatures here from Felch down to Wadeka, Wasset. Holy cow! It's too late for this. I'm not gonna attempt to pronounce that. But perhaps some downburst winds. We're gonna say from Gwynn all the way down here to Spalding. It's gonna be moving in your direction here, and these winds on this particular area, saying 60. Does that line up with velocity? Yeah, it does actually. So perhaps some gustier winds happening down here. Let's go ahead and check our power outage map here. Iron County. Okay, so Iron County, 31 people out of power. Barriga County, now 1 person out of power. Marquette County, 9 people out of power. Houghton County, 811 out of power. So we're getting a few other trickle ins here. There is your flood advisory. A green box just got issued. It's going to be in effect for about 3 more hours. And that says rainfall between 1 and 2.5 inches has fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of a half inch to an inch and a half is possible. This warning expires in 5 minutes. I would assume potentially another one's going to be issued here if this continues to look impressive on velocity, because we're actually not too far off the ground here. We're only about 1,500 feet, and we're getting winds in excess of 60 miles per hour happening here. Does anybody want to go to work for me? I feel that, Heather. I feel that. It's going to be a late night here. It already is a late night. It's 2:30. And we have 192 of you guys on here watching, so appreciate you all. Let's go ahead and get some different lights going on here. The big bright blue lights we're looking at, bright green on this end. You have bright red on this end. I need a color change. There we go. All righty. It is late night crew. Yes, it is. It is. What about spiders? We're not talking about spiders now, not in this chat. I will ban all of you. Kidding, obviously. Watching from Nashville, Tennessee. We need rain. 102 degrees predicted for Wednesday. Man, I don't envy you down there. We're going to be 105 on the heat index today across Michigan, but 102 is probably the real temperature down there. You're probably closer to 110 on the heat index. I don't envy you guys, but thanks. Wow, thanks for tuning in, Sue. It's been a night here. Julie can't even fire herself. Oh goodness. Well, the good news about these headphones is I can actually get up and walk around. So I'm going to do that because I'm about to drag. So I'm going to walk around here. You guys can still hear me. And I have radar on my phone as well, so I'm always watching. But that warning expires here in about another... Trying to get this to load. There it goes. Another 1 minute. About 1 minute and 30 seconds it'll expire. But it's always good to get up, get the blood pumping, which is what I'm trying to do here. Stay awake. I'm running probably on a total of 4 hours of sleep the past 2 nights combined. So I'm definitely not rested at all. I'm also kind of considering getting food as well. That warning is about to drop off your screen. The warning is in this big yellow box up here. I still would expect them to issue perhaps another warning, and this one would be more so for Marquette County, South Marquette County, where this storm is at right here. Bright and velocity there, still showing up. And actually, now it looks kind of blah. Just some pockets there, perhaps some gustier wind showing up. Still has a downburst look to it. Definitely not as organized as it was, though. So once that warning's expired, so now we are back into special weather statement operations. So we can pop that back on. And if I can find it, there it is. So now the big question becomes, how long do I stay on here before I go radar only? I'm going to say I'm going to give it at least 5 or 10 minutes here. Just because there are a couple areas here that do concern me. I don't want to pop off just yet. But we are out of warning ops. No more severe warnings in effect for right now. Let's hope it continues that way. I'm going to pop back the radar here, animate that, pop, pop open the chat here and see what's going to happen with you guys. I see a new SWS is coming in, probably for these storms that are popping up right here. Wait for the blue box. There it is. Hey, I'm 2 for 2. This says winds in excess of 30 and half-inch hail. So they're going with low-end SWS for this. Usually, with higher end, you're looking at 40, 50, 55 in some cases, but they're keeping it in excess of 30. So they're keeping it low end, which is good news. But also, these are just starting to fire up here. So if these continue to develop into a line, we'll probably be talking about a few other severe warnings here between now and sunrise. And also back down here to the storms crossing Lake Michigan currently, they do not look impressive at all. The winds here do look impressive, which is kind of weird. So we're going to respect that. But they've trimmed all warnings back for Wisconsin, and the statement says wind gusts to 40. So they're even saying that this line is weakening. So that is good news. So the entire line here from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, all the way up to Marquette, Michigan, is statemented. There is not a single warning in effect anymore on this line. Let's hope it stays that way. All right, what's up, chat? If that line dies, will slight risk drop? No, not at all. So we're looking at, again, atmospheric recovery is going to happen back here throughout the day. That environment will push into Michigan. And then any trigger that occurs with these storms, like we talked about earlier, outflow boundaries, which we actually have one visible on radar here. This is called an outflow boundary. As this line pushes into our state, where that boundary sets up, somewhere probably from Muskegon to Mount Pleasant, somewhere like right around that area would be the trigger, because outflow boundaries are your source of lift, and that could spark off some showers and storms come tomorrow afternoon. So if these storms die, we're still going to have that outflow boundary here lingering for a while. So we're looking okay for our severe risk tomorrow in terms of how it's unfolding. It should unfold as expected. Unfortunately, Janelle, I am not going to sleep tonight. If I fall asleep, I'm sure there'll probably be like 5 or 6 warnings that get issued, and we have not missed a warning yet since our beginning of full operations here, and it's not gonna be that way now. I am working solo until Joel is out of college around noon, so I got another 10 hours to go. So hit like for my sleep schedule that doesn't exist. How are the lake temperatures? I don't have the temperatures pulled up, but I believe they're in the upper 60s and low 70s across much of Lake Michigan. I do know that there was some upwelling that happened a few days ago that kind of dropped temperatures down to the 50s in some areas, but I believe that's kind of recovered as well. So okay. We're gonna go on a little bit of hunt here. Come here. Come here. You walk into this one, Pip. She walk into this one. There we go. Ow. Relax, Pip. She wants it down so bad. You're spoiled. You act like you're not, but you are. Okay. I got you. I got you. Take Pippi full. Nah, she wasn't having it tonight. She wants downstairs, and the door's closed to downstairs. So she's a little upset. Dang. Okay, Marquette. Marquette City. There's no warning in effect here, but this is quite interesting signature here. These winds are 200 feet off the ground, and these are upwards of severe limits. 60, 70 mile per hour winds heading into Marquette right now. So Marquette, you guys are getting hammered as we speak. I'm not sure why there's no warning on this. This came out of nowhere there. Wow. Brookton Corners right over US 41 here, Trowbridge Park, Marquette proper. You guys have some pretty intense winds directly over town as we speak. So no warning, but this is very, very close to the radar. And the radar here is indicating 68.81 miles per hour. I have 69.3 on GR2. So 70 mile per hour winds right now in Marquette. No warning. Make it make sense. Of course, probably not going to be issued just because we're so close to the lake. But you guys who live in Marquette, it's coming down. It's hammering you guys as we speak. So go ahead and check out the outage center, which I don't believe we're going to have any immediately. But I'm sure we're going to have plenty coming in here momentarily around the Marquette area. Do we have any MDOT drive cameras here in Marquette area? I don't think we do, but I will check just to do due diligence. I'm not sure why they're. I mean, I understand why they're not warning it because it's so close to the lake, but at the same time, that's intense winds going on right there, and that's probably one of the most populated areas in the UP. All right, let's put on the cameras here. Do we have anything along 41? No, we don't. All right. Okay. I cannot imagine what's happening in the Marquette right now, but you guys are probably going to be out of power if I had to guess in some of those areas. Again, this is a pocket of 70 mile per hour winds that is moving into Marquette, 60 to 70, 69 on the highest right here. And the radar site is actually right here. So we are looking basically at ground level winds here, 200 feet off the ground, which is not even a football field high. So we're looking at winds very close to the ground. Zooming out of this area, kind of taking a peek. Perhaps some gustier winds to the south of Marquette as well. These are probably closer to 40 to 50, but definitely a heightened area here. As of 2:35, so about 5 minutes ago, over Brooktown Corners and Trowbridge Park. Very interested to see how this outage map looks for the next couple updates. So right now, Marquette County says 42 people out of power. I'm sure that number will be much higher here in a few minutes. backing out, going back down here further south. Not seeing anything significant happening with these storms. Just some downbursts here. Perhaps some areas of gustier winds, which is why the statements are in effect. So far, we're not looking severe besides this one storm up here in Marquette that arguably is severe, or at least was. It's probably over the lake or about to cross onto the lake right now. So a very quick moving, fast hitting storm there, but nonetheless, it is very close to the ground here with the radar site. Literally right here. I was about to draw. There it goes. And next scan is just gone. Okay, never mind. There it goes. Okay, never mind. My bad. There we go. There's your new scan coming in. And you're going to see this is going to be a downburst. I can already tell. So reds are colors going away from the radar. Greens are going toward. Classic microburst ongoing over Marquette right now. You guys will see this load in here pretty soon. Yeah, this, oh my goodness. Marquette just got rocked. I had the scan over here on my other radar. It just got rocked. Wow. Classic downburst. Okay. Well, the good news is it's heading over water. The bad news is Marquette just got rocked without warning. If we have no outages as a result of this, I'll be very, very shocked. Do we have anybody in chat here from Marquette or anybody who knows people in Marquette? These winds here, go ahead and take a look at the inspector tool. 75, 70, 80. Goodness gracious. And these winds are still over still over downtown Marquette. So it's likely still impacting you guys as we speak. I'm going to attempt to find a Marquette camera here to look at. I don't think they have any, but I'm going to try and find one. Okay, Marquette actually does have a travel cam. I'm not sure where it's at, though. Okay, I wish I would have known about this. Can I back this up? I cannot. I also don't know if I can broadcast this, so I'm not going to bring it up or not. Or I'm not going to bring it up. But winds are cranking there. And that definitely deserved a warning there, albeit it was a brief storm. It was very impactful. I will say, wherever this camera is, they still have power there. I'm not entirely sure where it's located at. But regardless, Marquette, I'm very curious to see how many outages are coming in from this area now. So last update, Marquette County had 42 people out of power. That's about 0.3% of the population of Marquette County. A lot of lightning out there too. But yeah, it's very, very gusty on the camera I'm watching here. I'm going to probably guess right now winds are probably 40 or so. Judging by the way the wind and trees are moving. You know what? Just because it's late at night, I'm going to do this for you guys. I don't know if this is broadcastable or not, but I'm going to do it briefly. Just so you guys can see what I'm seeing here. This is a camera out of Marquette. You can see there in the lights, the rain is moving pretty swiftly there. The flags are blowing, trees are swaying there. So definitely impactful storm here. And the bulk of it's actually out of Marquette now. So this wasn't even the worst of it. So That's what I'm watching. Again, I don't know if that was legal to use, but either way, I want to get you guys that visual there just so you guys know. Okay, now they put the severe up there. So Marquette County tornado possible tag. What? Make that make sense. Okay, Marquette County severe warning here, as well as very far western um, Alger County. They're saying this is going to be casual 60-mile-per-hour, quarter size hail, your typical severe warning. They're saying tornado possible tag. Uh, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything now, but potentially. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and take a peek back here at the southern end of the storm. Yeah, this doesn't look too concerning down there just yet. Definitely some downbursts going on here in some spots. And Marquette, I do not. It's calming down on the camera, so I might take that off here. Outage center still has not updated. Very curious to see what that shows. New scan coming in here. Goodness gracious, that just really, really upticked out of nowhere. Gonna take a peek at the group page to see if anybody's posted any damage or anything like that. Still no posts, which I don't really expect too much just because it's 3 in the morning. Only got 250 of you guys in here watching. So not too many people live in the UP, but Marquette is a pretty populated area. And now because the new warning was issued, I got to post the graphic once it comes out. So we're going to watch for that. Looking at a few of the places here with some heavier winds, potentially heading into Beaver Grove, Lakewood along 480. There's the graphic. Of course, put my phone down, graphic comes out. Again, working solo tonight, so bear with me here as I'm running the page as well as stream, comments, messages, all by myself. So bear with me. But this heavier winds here heading into Beaver Grove between M28 and then 480 toward Green Garden, Mangum, and Gordon. This is current time 2:49 a.m. Brand new severe warning was issued just moments ago for Marquette County as well as extreme western portions of Alger County. Okay, that post is up. Now, if you guys here in chat know anybody who happens to live in the Marquette area, feel free to shoot them a text or a call. Probably a text. I want to wake them up in case they slept through this. But Marquette proper just went through a surprise, probably likely significant storm that just went through Marquette there. So we go from nothing to, okay, there's a little bit of some wind there. That's a pocket of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And all of a sudden, bam, went from nothing to intense wind in 2 scans. So Marquette likely got rocked as far as that is concerned. Still waiting on updates as far as the power outage map goes. The latest update has 134 people out of power now in Marquette. most of those are further south toward the Gwyn area, which is down here. That makes no sense either. Okay, yeah, it does actually. Some downbursts there. I was on an old scan, so bear with me there. This line is still traversing across Lake Michigan as we speak. So if you are in Manistee, Frankfort, probably north of Muskegon, I had to guess, I would be alert for perhaps a strong storm, although right now it is on a weakening trend. Wouldn't expect it to be severe, but if this re-intensifies, it could very well become severe again. We'll watch it close, but right now I would not expect it to be severe when it arrives. The severe warning is in effect for 23 more minutes, expires at 3:15 a.m. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag is featured on this warning. The heaviest winds are up here north of Sands, riding Beaver Grove, Mangum, Green Garden, and Gordon here towards Sand River and Scandia. So red colors indicate winds moving away from the radar, as well as yellow colors as well. That's just a little bit higher on the velocity scale. Green colors are going toward the radar. So classic downburst going on here along the leading edge, back edge of this line as well. My cat is desperately trying to get into the door over here. It's really making me mad. The heaviest of winds, though, you're seeing up here is over Lake Superior. So no threat currently to land with that particular area, but I could see it if you kind of look how it's kind of develops. It was a little tiny area here, pocket of heavier winds, and it kind of expanded outwards, and now it's expanding further outwards. So it could expand next scan, perhaps further down inland here. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Marine warning in effect here. Do they mention waterspouts? No, they don't. Wind gusts of 34 knots or greater, as well as small hail. Here's your new scan coming in. I'm kind of curious to see how this looks. Slow scan, gotta wait for it to pop in here. Here we go. That continues as it expands southward. Just maybe a tad, not too big of a concern there. So perhaps some gustier winds still ongoing across Marquette County. So be alert for that with the severe warning in place. Definitely went from not much going on to, hey, we have a pretty good wind event going on here in Marquette County, about to be Alger County in the next couple of scans. Next probably 15 or so minutes. I'm not seeing anything rotational wise that would indicate tornado imminent. And the best thing about these headphones is I can bring you guys with me to get my food too. So if I had to go get food, I'm walking to the kitchen and you guys can still hear me, just can't see me. Got a post out on the page asking how Marquette's doing. Three comments suggesting no power in Marquette, which is not surprising. The southern flank of this line is pretty much died out completely. So if we can get this storm to move northward, we may be in business to end a little bit earlier than expected. Cross your fingers and hope for a more northerly track on the cell. Storms over the lake currently do not look severe. Maybe some gusty winds there as they push toward Ludington, Manistee, Frankfurt areas, but overall organization on that line over the lake is looking on the decline. I'm really hoping for an early night here because I am drained. I want some sleep. Don't say that, Jimmy. Don't say that. So when I got on here first a few hours ago, I tried plugging my phone in and said I couldn't because there was water in my charging port. So go figure on that one. Try that again. New scan coming in. Gonna go hat backwards mode here. Gives me a little bit of a cool breeze coming into my face now. If you guys ever hear wind noise, it's because I have little fans going. It gets hot in this room for some reason. Here's a new scan coming in. Still not seeing too much in the way of anything concerning. I do want to mention two things. Perhaps a pocket of gustier winds occurring near Scandia. And then this pocket of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is riding the lakeshore along M28, Beaver Grove, Gordon areas. So potentially some gustier winds there along the lakeshore. Let's check out the outage center now for Marquette County. I am shocked there's not more. 141 people, so that's 1% of the population. I still see nothing out of Marquette though, so perhaps not updating just yet. Pickles have seeds, therefore they are a fruit. Cucumbers are fruits. We're asking Alexa, hey Siri, hey Siri, are cucumbers hey Siri, are cucumbers a fruit or a veggie? Yep, they are fruits. This warning is in effect for another 15 minutes. Expires at 3:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible tag. Heading into Alger County. The bulk of it's still within Marquette, but the county line is right here. So next scan or two will be in crossing into Alger County. My sleep schedule is messed up. I'm looking at this. All right, looks like a few reports coming in here. Marquette County NWS employee reports wind gust of 60 miles per hour. Marquette continued the warning for all hazards possible. Severe warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds your main concern. Quarter-size hail also a concern, but a tornado remains possible, although right now not seeing anything that concerns us for that. Again, 6-minute scans here, so we have to kind of wait between scans. So we just kind of hang out here and just wait. So that's all I really can do between these spaced out scans. Marquette County now at 152 people out of power. Still nothing coming out of Marquette proper, though. So I'm very curious why, especially if we had legitimately 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Also reports on our comment section that Marquette is out of power. So the fact that there's nothing on the map yet says it's probably going to take a few minutes to load in here. So we'll come back in like 15 more minutes and see if that's loaded. The severe warning is in effect until 3:15, so 9 more minutes. We'll see if they extend it into Alger County further. As of right now, kind of borderline. I wouldn't think they would, but there's a few pockets here where I would suggest that there could be some severe winds happening. This one right here, 57. There's a 60 up here by the lake shore. We have 64, 60, about 60 miles an hour on that wind. So perhaps northern Alger County. If they issue a warning or a statement, probably for the north end of Alger County, something like that. maybe over to here, because why not? They did just issue a marine warning. Wind gusts to 40 knots and small hail possible. But yeah, if this storm can move onto Lake Superior, we would probably be in business for a brief break, which I'm really hoping happens. Yeah, this line just completely died. So a few storms popping up down here by Sheboygan, Wisconsin. These don't look concerning as of right now. Very, very cluttered. It's also off the outflow. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But I would definitely suggest keeping a close eye, as some models did have this happening where this kind of popped up and headed in toward the Big Rapids, Muskegon area. Um, I'm not sure on the severity of it, but some models did show this happening. The northern end of this line, though, is on its way out. Take a peek at the ingredients across West Michigan. We have quite a bit of what we call D cape, which is our downdraft cape. That's damaging wind potential right there by itself. Our surface cape is about 632. So we do have some surface cape out there. Not too much of it, though. And there actually is a decent composite there in West Michigan. So we have to keep an eye on those storms pushing in toward Muskegon here. If those can maintain strength, although they're on the outflow boundary, if they can congeal into a line and kind of push southeastward, that's going to be a concern because the environment out ahead of this is looking a little bit more perhaps supportive of severe weather. Right now, though, not concerned with it. Just going to keep a close eye to see how that handles. Like the situation, the forecast here with this whole scenario between tonight and tomorrow, or today, really, and then Wednesday as well. We just really don't know what's going to happen. So many model solutions. Like there was not one model that agreed with another. So far, though, the 18Z HRRR is coming closest. Like the last 3 runs of the HRRR, which is the most heavily used model, has these storms popping up and then they die right back out. But if you go back to this afternoon's run, it had more so of an arrival of what kind of looks like this. So also the NAM 3 is doing an okay job right now as in terms of we're at 3 a.m. now. So yeah, it's actually not a bad depiction of what's going on. So I'm racking my brain, guys, trying to get an idea of what model's correct. But I will say nothing beats real-time data. What I can tell you is real-time data suggests the environment across West Michigan from about Manistee to Cadillac down here to Grand Rapids to Holland does seem a little bit more so supportive of perhaps some severe weather. So if those storms can hold off or hold out, should I say, West Michigan would have a shot to have some severe weather come next hour to 2 hours. I do not think any storm that is currently on radar is going to reach Flint and become severe at Flint. If these storms that are currently progressing toward Muskegon continue to strengthen, that would put them in line here for Manistee, Ludington, Reed City, Big Rapids, Muskegon, Greenville, Lakeview, Big Prairie, those areas. But right now it's disorganized. I wouldn't be too overly concerned with it. Yet, at least. And now the storms on the southern end of this line are now strengthening as well. So although velocity suggests it's not. Keep an eye on that. This warning expires in 3 minutes. Currently, no new warning is issued for Alger County. They love playing with me, don't they? Alger County, severe warning. They continue the tornado possible tag. Alger, Marquette, Schoolcraft County until 3:45. So all hazards continued. Wind is your primary, 60-mile-per-hour wind possible. And then also the quarter size hail and then possible tornado tag. Check the group page here. Nothing is pending, so no reports coming out of the area. It's fine by my book. Marquette County now to 168 people out of power. Still nothing coming in from Marquette proper. Wait for that graphic to come in. I'll get that post on the page. Maybe that's why. I had a comment come in on Facebook that suggests Marquette is covered by a different power company, and that other power company is suggesting over 1,500 people out of power in Marquette. That's probably why we're not seeing anything pop in. So there you go. Graphic is going to take forever to post again. So with that being said, back here to radar. There it is. Back out of this. Go back to our radar look. Animate, zoom out. There we go. Again, bear with me. Working solo tonight. So I'm making posts to the page. Keep an eye on comments, messages, etc. Probably going to walk around here in a second again as well. Ben, what's up, Ben? If you put the power outage tab on Omega, it shows 1853 people out. Okay, cool. I know how to do that. I just didn't think to use that, honestly. Again, I'm tired, so. Yeah, there you go. 16,000 customers tracked, 11% are out of power, and most of those are from Marquette. So that kind of verifies what we're kind of looking at there. In terms of the wind, at least. So this severe warning in effect here for Alger County. It does include the very extreme west portions of Schoolcraft. I wouldn't really say Schoolcraft is involved with this warning just because it's very teeny tiny sliver here. But as this storm continues, I would not be shocked they were to extend that warning a little bit further to the east. Keep an eye on this bow echo here down in this Delta County, I believe it is. Yes, Delta County. Keep an eye on that one. Currently not seeing anything suggesting severe with that, but we'll keep an eye on it. All right, there we go. Perfect. Ben, are you not chasing then, or what's up, Cindy? This chat summary is going to be unhinged. I don't know why YouTube does that. I really don't. Current time is 3:19 a.m. If you are not at 3:19 a.m., I want to restart your stream or sync it up. Usually, if you're on a device, you'll see in the bottom left corner, it'll say live or it'll have a number like a negative symbol. You click that, it'll take you back to the most recent part of the stream. So again, current time is now 3:20 a.m. We are live tracking severe storms across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Right now, the warning's in effect for a majority of Alger County. 60-mile-per-hour winds, your primary concern. A low risk for some hail, as well as a possible tornado tag with the storm. Right now, not seeing anything with either hail or tornadic wise with this. Again, these colors on your screen are indicating wind direction. The red colors are moving away from the radar. The green colors are moving toward the radar. The radar site is right here, just out of Marquette. So hence the color switch there. I am Ryan here with Michigan Storm Chasers, working solo tonight. Usually have Joel on here with me, but he is in college now. So his focus is 100%. Well, I can't say 100%, but his focus should be on college where it should be. So he's not going to have many free nights to help out. So I know I mentioned about an hour ago about being close to 21,000 subscribers. We are still 34 away. So 34 people who are not subscribed on YouTube. We have currently 173 watching. So I doubt most of you, or I would assume most of you guys are subscribed. But if you're not, feel free to smash subscribe button there. We are only 34 of you guys away from breaking another milestone of 21,000 subscribers. Going to check back at these storms down here on Lake Michigan. I mean, I'm not impressed, but I'm also not letting my guard down. This warning is in effect for Alger County until 3:45. So another 23 minutes on this warning. The storm here is maybe producing damaging wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour from Limestone to Rock River, moving into Munising, Coalwood, Wetmore, Juniper, and Kentucky. We are now 30 subscribers away from 21,000. So we're closing slowly into that gap. If this were happening at 3:30 p.m., we'd likely be there by now. It is the middle of the night. It is also the UP, so not much is happening for the majority of us here in Michigan, at least for right now. But expect more viewership as we get into the day today. Got to stay hydrated. North Marquette City's out of power. Thank you, Martin. It's got a report coming in. I saw another report coming in off of the Facebook comments saying that Marquette is completely out of power, but I don't believe that to be the case, as the term completely is the whole city. There are a few people suggesting that they do still have power in Marquette. So seems to be a good portion of Marquette is out of power, but not the entire city. New SWS now from Grand Rapids NWS office for that line as it comes onshore. Let's go ahead and see what they're saying. So blue box there is where we're looking at. They're saying winds in excess of 40 miles per hour as well as pea-size hail. So there you go. Not severe, but a strong storm for Ludington as well as Shelby, Hart, Colfax, Amber, Fountain, Custer, Scottville, Elbridge, Pentwater, those areas. Watch that closely. And again, the environment down here would be suggestive of potential for some severe weather as these first move on to land. So it bears close watching. It is a capped environment, but there is some good wind shear, not wind shear, but hold on, pop this back open. So there's actually a little bit of a tiny area of what we call supercell composite, which basically takes a little bit of some shear, overlap that with some spin, overlap that with some instability, and bam, you have a composite we call supercell. And those storms are going to be within that environment there. So perhaps some gusty winds. Also, we have about 1,000 D cape there, which is indicative of downburst, microburst potential. So damaging wind threat, primary concern. We're going to watch it just because it's, a little bit of a better sheared environment around the storms. But overall, with the environment being capped, I wouldn't expect it to be tornadic at all. Back up here to our warning. New scan came in about 2 minutes ago. Still not seeing anything too impressive besides this one little pocket off of shore, which is over Lake Superior. Again, these winds are roughly probably 40 to 50 miles per hour over the Chatham between Rock River and Limestone areas. So if you're in Munising, All Train Township, you guys are going to be up next for this. I do think this is sub-severe at this point, but it's kind of hard to tell. It's probably strong, but likely not seeing anything that says severe at this point. Looking at the outage map here, let's go ahead and use Radar Omega because why not? Nothing coming in yet for Alger County. Marquette County still says 1,853 people out of power. All right, velocity on the southern part of the storm still looks pretty minimal. So it looks like the only concern will be up here in the northern part of this in Alger County, where the warning is actually in effect. New damage report coming in out of NWS Marquette. Dickinson County reports wind damage of phone lines down, including 911 service in Dickinson County. So perhaps 911 is out of service in Dickinson County. I'm not sure if that's a county-wide thing or if that's a localized thing, but it looks like a report came in that 911 got their service taken out, at least in portions, if not all, of Dickinson County. Go ahead and zoom out here and just get a better idea of what's going on across the UP. Okay, thank you, Thomas. No coffee for me, Ben. No coffee for me. I don't do caffeine. If I do caffeine, it has to come from McDonald's, and I don't believe they're open right now. And I don't have the willpower to DoorDash just a coffee. No problem, Shanderp. This is what I love to do. Of course, I wish I would have had some better sleep, but it is what it is. I think by tomorrow morning, or really this morning, I'll be dragging, especially if I'm on here until the sunrise without break. It's gonna be tough because Joel's in class until roughly noon, so I'm holding the fort down. So expect a slow morning here at MSC. Also, my throat is really scratchy, so what is the best source for accurate forecast? I mean, for severe weather, always look for the SPC. We always share that on our page as well. We consider MSC to be a very good source for that information. But in terms of like daily high low temperatures, I prefer the app Weather Underground. But keep in mind that weather apps are only good for temperatures and sometimes precipitation. It is not meant to be used for severe weather forecasting. Hey, Ben, you want to hop on stream with me? If you're going to be up for a while, Ben, you're more than welcome to, but I assume you have to do some school stuff here coming pretty soon. New SWS coming in here, just got issued. 45 minutes for, doesn't say. So I turn to Twitter. It says Delta, Schoolcraft, and Alger counties. Winds in excess of 30, pea-size hail. Alger, Delta, Marquette, Schoolcraft, that's it. I'm not sure why they split North and South Schoolcraft. That's kind of weird, but I like your lightning bolt. Thank you. It adds a nice touch to it. But if you notice, shout out to Bob who got the LED dimmer. I can control how bright this is, so I can actually make it really bright. Pretty cool. But I also can make it really dim. And if you notice now, there's ducks behind me. Also, thank you to Bob for getting the shelf the ducks can sit on. So, nice little setup I got here. Do ASMR. Not yet, guys. We still have severe here in the state, so we're not going to do ASMR just yet. And plus, ASMR is a Joel thing. I don't really want to take that away from him. Storms are arriving at 3:30. And I believe that's exactly when we tracked it too. And I think if you were to go back to when I started tracking it when they were over Wisconsin, I'm pretty sure it said Onekama at 3:32 a.m. exactly. And where's Onekama? There it is. And it's 3:32, and the storms are just arriving in Onekama. So that was a spot on track by Omega here. Love that. I'm pretty sure it was right around 3:32. I'll go back and look, but it's pretty accurate here. None of these storms at this point look severe down here in the lower peninsula of Michigan. We're going to watch it closely, but I wouldn't expect anything too major to happen out of this. Looks pretty disorganized as of now, but if that changes, obviously, we'll cover it, but not too concerned for that. This warning expires in 12 minutes, so I'm hoping, just because velocity doesn't look too impressive anymore, that once this warning expires or is canceled, we may get a break. They just trimmed that warning back even further. They dropped the tornado possible tag. It is now just 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail continued here. So there's our update. It is now just for Alger County. Technically, it's Alger, Marquette, Schoolcraft, but if we look very closely, here's Marquette's County, little square triangle, all 2 miles of it. Then here is, holy cow, I'm tired. Schoolcraft County, their little triangle sliver of the warning. So it's the bulk of it's going to be in Alger. Honey sticks. I have to look into that because my throat do be hurting. Not hurting, but scratchy. It's trying to redevelop on its own outflow boundary, which is very intriguing. It's not uncommon, but definitely did not expect that. The models did not have this happening. But go figure. Models are bad for a reason. They're not all bad. They're just bad in these situations. Yoder becoming a member here on YouTube. Thank you, Yoder. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the team. Will Muskegon have anything to plan around? Right now, just some storms heading your way. As far as severe weather-wise goes, I don't expect it to happen this early. I would expect potential for more severe weather, especially later this afternoon, after 2, 3 p.m. That's when I become more so concerned. Depopulation, do I want to check the latest HRRR run? I can, but now I'm scared. My dad peeking around the corner, give me a thumbs up. Ooh, yeah. If that's the case, actually, that'd be a little bit more so concerning. So let's go ahead and zoom out here. We have a little bit of a lull. Let's pop open the model, the HRRR. The latest 06Z run of the HRRR had that line moving across the lake weakening. You can actually see the outflow boundary of that line. Pretty cool here. But that weakens out. Some cells develop there, but those weaken. So hopefully that's the case. But what happens is the storms continue across the UP up there. We have a break. This is 8 a.m. A break, hopefully to sleep. And then later on tonight, we have an additional round up here in the UP. But what concerns me most is this squall line here late tomorrow evening, 9 to 11 p.m. That would be in a favorable environment for all hazards, especially with the wind shear increasing up further north you go. So if we get that storm to happen or the complex to happen further north, would be concern there for damaging wind concerning, yes, primary, but I would not be shocked for a few tornadoes up there as well. So that's a new one to kind of look at. And that looks like a pretty potent squall line coming through this evening. So again, models are terrible. Take with a grain of salt. But if that's gonna be the new trend, something to watch there. Looks like the main squall line stays north, but additional development may happen down here by Lansing and southern Michigan as well. That looks more so disorganized, and the ingredients down here across southern Michigan are a little bit less concerning than northern Michigan, which is why I'm concerned for that. Seeing that in the environment that's been forecasted is a concern. Shane coming back here with a whoa. I'm tired. Shane becoming a channel member here. Thank you, Shane. Welcome to the team. Thank you for your support. And bear with me. I'm dragging. I'm going to actually get up and walk around here again. So you guys are still going to hear me. You're just not going to see me. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop up, walk around here. Current time is 3:39. We have one severe warning in effect for Alger County. That expires in about 5 or so minutes. After that expires, I'm going to hope we get a little bit of a break here. I'm thinking of probably going radar only for a few minutes and hope nothing goes severe. Get some food. Keep an eye on things. Right now, it's looking disorganized. In terms of everything, really looks disorganized. But with these types of storms, they can produce downburst winds quite quickly. So we're not going to discredit these storms by any means. I'm just going to keep an eye on these closely. If you live in West Michigan, lower peninsula from Glen Arbor down to Muskegon, there is a lot of lightning with these storms. I don't see anything wind-wise, severe-wise, but I would definitely expect a light show and probably a thunder show for the West Michigan Lakeshore counties up that direction. How many more do we need to subscribe to hit the goal of 21,000? So we are currently sitting at 20,975. So we need 25 more people. And I'm sorry, I left it on the model. I did not mean to do that. Let's go ahead and zoom back in here. I'm going to still walk around here. But that warning will probably expire or be canceled here momentarily. Those storms look like they're disorganized. So it's good news. So we need 25 subscribers between now and, well, anytime really, but it'd be nice to hit it pretty soon. But I mean, being 3, 4 in the morning, it's just not going to happen with the amount of people we have watching. If we can hit 21,000 subscribers in the next hour, actually, I'll make it harder. Next half hour, we will give away an MSC t-shirt to a random guy, random person in the comment section. So there's your incentive. If we can get 21,000, we'll give away something. A t-shirt. My cat's out here just chilling. Feels good to walk around. Really does. I may actually try to switch offices here to my laptop and go mobile so I can actually lay down and stream, which would be kind of cool. They issued a new warning. Goodness gracious, what are they doing? The storm looks like it's on its way out, honestly, but new warning here. Alger, Schoolcraft counties, 60-mile-per-hour wind. No hail threat with this. Actually, I lied. There is a hail threat. It's just not severe hail. So, believe that's going to be penny, perhaps nickel size hail. Again, that's going to be in effect until 4:30 a.m. Says at 3:42 a.m. a severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Grand Island to 9 miles east of Trinary, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard of 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Source is radar indicated. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Munising, Grand Island, Miners Castle, Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, Chappelle Lake, Train, Shingleton, Steuben, M28 between Shingleton and Seney, Christmas, Forest Lake, and Cusino Lake. I'm honestly shocked they continued that warning. I would have thought they would have dropped that with the latest couple of scans coming in there. So that's kind of interesting that they did that. All right, let's go ahead and check back at our subscriber count here and see what's up. Refilling my water here. Pop back over. We are 23 away now. So we can get 23 more subscribers in the next 25 minutes. We'll do a giveaway here. I'm actually going to attempt to go mobile with this, just because why not? I want to lay down. So what I'm going to do is take my laptop and move just slightly here. So give me a second, guys. See if I can pull this off. As far as that new warning goes, this is the box. The storms have disorganized from what I'm seeing here. The bulk of the winds are offshore, so perhaps some gustier winds in the northern edge of that warning. But for right now, would expect most of the winds to be kind of on the calmer side of things based on radar. Obviously, radar is not perfect, so they have the reasoning for issuing those warnings. So take them seriously. Again, I'm just basically telling you guys what I'm seeing based on what I'm seeing on radar. They are the experts overall. No, Jess, I'm not going to fall asleep. I just want to give my my back a rest there for a second because I know I'm going to be up for a while still, so I want to preserve myself. So I'm just getting my chargers all set up here. I'm going to move. There we go. Perfect. The best part about wireless headphones that I that I got is the fact I can move around freely, lay down, etc., etc. So, with that being said, I am now repositioned. And what I'm going to do is switch tabs over to my radar currently. There we go. Perfect. And now I am all set to go. Chris Johnston becomes a channel member. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a part of the team. Thank you also for your support. All right, let's catch back up here with you guys in the comments. No, Christina, no tornadoes expected tonight. Especially Ishpeming, you guys are a-okay for a while. I don't expect any more storms until later on in the day today. Perhaps some rain between now and sunrise, but the bulk of severe weather should be over for a good long time for you guys. You guys probably couldn't hear what I was saying there, but I was just letting you guys know I was still there. Go ahead and take a peek back down here at the Muskegon area on West Michigan. Make sure nothing's happening down there. Let's go ahead and pop that in. There we go. So you guys can see. There we go. So the thing with GR2 is every time you load new radar, it's going to take a second to reload everything in. So that's the bad thing about GR2. It's not instant like Omega is. But these look like they are perhaps gaining some strength there as they head into Oceana County. I still don't think it's severe, but some brighter velocity showing up there. So keep an eye on that. It does look cluttered. So there is some concern, but at the same time, it's not a clear cut signature. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. I had a comment here from one of the moderators saying they couldn't hear me, so I just want to make sure you guys could. What is that little red box? So that little red box, part of this software is you can line it up. You have one on the right side of your screen, also on the left side of your screen. So when you're comparing rotation, you can kind of overlay that box to where it's at, just kind of line it up and match it up, just so you know it kind of verifies. So it's a little bit of a secret tool to kind of use. I can turn that off actually. Don't expect that. Don't expect to use that tonight. Ah, I got you, Jess. I got you. Go ahead and go back up here to our only severe warning in the state tonight, or at least for right now, at least Alger and Schoolcraft counties. There we go. The bulk of the winds are over the lake. I don't see too much happening here on shore, which is good news. So hopefully this warning gets dropped early. And that would mean that we can probably break for a few minutes. I was kind of shocked that they actually did keep that warning. So, or should I say, extend that warning? Going to keep a close eye down here in Oceana County as well, as that velocity is looking to increase as well. I'm going to pop open the consumer's energy outage map here behind the scenes, take a peek at that, and just see if anything's coming in for Oceana County. Just out of curiosity. Indeed, there is perhaps. What time was this issued? First reported 2:12 a.m. Interesting. So it's about an hour and a half ago. So that would be current. Keep an eye on that. Yep. So we're doing a giveaway here. If we can get 20 more subscribers in the next, heck, what did I say? Do about 15 more minutes. So 410, we'll do the cutoff. So we need 20 more subscribers. And we'll give away an MSC t-shirt to somebody here in the comments. What is the green triangle? What green triangle? You talking up top there? This one up here? It's just showing you the hail icons. Take a peek back down here in Oceana, Muskegon County areas. And it's definitely cluttered. It's hard to tell what's actually wind and what's more so clutter. Yes, we do have hoodies on our merch store, helicity.co. You can find our stuff under the tab Michigan Storm Chasers, but we do own the entire store, so anything you purchase off the website is directly supporting us. Not too much happening in the state right now, besides this severe warning here for Alger and Schoolcraft, but that storm itself does not look impressive. So just overall, not much going on. This line is now entering northern lower Michigan, and I don't see it organizing itself in the meantime. So I would say perhaps isolated severe possible down here, but I don't think it's going to become a huge issue. Unless, of course, I'm wrong and everything just goes nuts, which would be a classic Michigan thing to do, but I just don't really see that happening. Although it is trying to form into a line. I'll give it that. $19 away now. I'll give you guys about 15 minutes or so. We'll say 4:15. I would give you replay, Lindsay, but I can't go back that far on this software. Looks like the SWS now for Benzie, Wexford, and Grand Traverse and Manistee counties through 5 a.m. Winds to 40 miles per hour are possible. So I'm going to put you guys back on Radar Omega for a second. I'm going to pull up my laptop's Radar Omega here so we can kind of correlate to each other. It's not set the same way. I don't utilize this laptop for broadcasting too often, so it may look a little bit different. So bear with me here. But I want to bring up a similar product and roll with it. Okay, SWS is now for Newaygo, Lake, and Muskegon counties as well. So we're having a few updates here. Give me a second to get you guys this real quick. All right, warning has now been dropped or perhaps expired for northern or the UP. So now we are back down into our home base. And for some reason, there it goes. Didn't want to switch. So no more warnings in the state as of 4 a.m. All right. So all these blue boxes here are special weather statements in effect for pea-sized hail and or winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. So basically, there's what we call like a blanket statement. So these two counties up here are Gaylord's jurisdiction, actually 4 counties involved, and these down here are Grand Rapids counties. So looks like they coordinated that together. The heaviest of winds, and again, hard to tell if it's clutter or not, but the heaviest winds are currently in Oceana County. It's going to be near Colfax, Shelby, New Era, Ferry, Elbridge, and Hesperia. Pop out the chat again, guys. Again, kind of a slow evening here for right now, at least. Confirming heavier winds in Oceania. Thank you, Shanti. We're going to check on the power outage map here one more time. We are now 18 subscribers away from 21,000. Nothing showing up on Consumers Energy outage map just yet. So perhaps not reaching the ground. Looks like another SWS issued back up in the UP for looks like Schoolcraft counties. Let's go ahead and hop up here real quick. There we go. It's just popped on the screen there. So just south of Munising here, perhaps a gustier storm is occurring. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour is going to be the hazard with that. This is a line of storms that the models did not have. They had a similar couple of little cells popping up that kind of died off pretty quickly. So this is something that the models did not foresee happening. And as of 4:04 a.m., it's a very disorganized line of storms. I do think there is some potential for these to become severe. I just don't think it's going to be widespread enough to, warrant big attention to this. So what I'm going to do here is while we're kind of in some downtime, I'm gonna get about 5 or 10 more minutes, and then I'm probably gonna switch this over to a radar stream, and I'm going to rest my voice and just kind of watch comments and watch radar, obviously, and then pop back on if anything happens to become severe again. Just give my voice a rest here. It's been about 4 hours of a stream so far, and we have at least 8 more hours to get through here before I have some help here on stream. So I'll give it a few more minutes, make sure nothing pops up or goes severe, but we'll say 4:15. I'll pop out of here as long as nothing else is looking concerning. Which right now, looking at velocity, all this there's a couple areas here that do look like they're, so to speak, heightened velocity, but nothing looks severe, so to speak. But these storms are packing quite a bit of lightning with them. So gusty winds and small hail, definitely a possibility, but it's going to be on a localized basis. No, there are no tornado warnings in effect. So these are all special weather statements, which are not even severe. And our policy here at MSC is to be live for every severe storm, but with potential that these storms may become severe here at any minute. We usually keep our streams running in the background just to kind of not have so many streams. Like we don't want to make like 15 streams a day. Rather have one, if not two. you're just tuning in with us, we had a few severe warnings in the UP, and now we are kind of shifting focus back down here to some storms that have developed off some outflow. Right now, these don't look to be overly concerning, but I do think there is some, at least some severe risk here with these storms as they push east southeastward. They're in a good environment as we speak, so if it's going to be severe, it's going to happen anytime, like right now. But of course, these storms are developing, so sometimes they need some time before they reach maturity. Would not be shocked if they pulled a warning off of this at some point. But looking back at the consumer's energy outage map, I still don't see any outages coming in. So that usually means these storms are elevated in nature, which means that the winds are not reaching the ground. Could still see some small hail though. Further north in the UP, we had these severe warnings for a good portion, probably about 3.5 hours straight of severe warnings. And now we just have special weather statements in effect for the storms just south of Munising and also near Manistee. Also have some storms over here east of Duluth that are pushing into the western UP as well. Those I did not see until just now. But those look like they could be a concern. And that was also not expected. Am I surprised? No, but I kind of am. So again, no severe storms in the state currently. These are all strong storms, but they're not quite yet severe. The highest concern right now would probably be with these storms in West Michigan as they move into Big Rapids, Muskegon, and potentially Grand Rapids here in the future. Again, current time is 4:10 a.m. And I'm going to probably take a quick break here at 4:15, at the very least, to rest my voice. So I'll turn some music on and pop myself out and just keep an eye on things behind the scenes and pop back in if anything happens to look concerning or becomes severe. So I'll give it 5 more minutes or so. Yes, rest in peace to my nap as well as my sleep schedule. Thank you, Lori, for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Welcome to the team. Good to have you here. If you guys can't tell, my voice is also like losing as well. So I hope I have a voice come tomorrow. Do we think Detroit area is going to see rain from this? Maybe. This again, this line that you're seeing on your radar currently was not modeled. So actually, I can't say that because there was one model that did have this, the NAM3, and the NAM3, I believe, also continued this across Southeast Michigan. So I'm going to say there's a chance that you guys over in Detroit see some rain from this, but I do think there's a chance also later on today in Detroit for additional rain and perhaps some storm chances as well. And this also kind of throws a wrench in the forecast as well, because now we have a giant complex coming through that could shift outflow boundaries. Like, this is why we don't like to get technical with our forecasts until we actually know what's going to happen. So this is going to definitely affect how today's later threat plays out. We just don't know exactly how yet. My voice is shot. All right, we're gonna roll back here. I've been on my stomach for a while. We're gonna go back to my back. Try and get my hips to not be in so much pain. All right, there we go. Anything for Meredith and Clare, Gladwin County right now? No, but you do have some rain pushing your way. Currently, don't think it'll be severe, but you could see some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. But the majority of this is going to be some heavy rain and quite a bit of lightning. So looking at Clare County area, you're looking at probably next 90 minutes to 2 hours or so. So at very least, expect some lightning and some heavy rain. Also, welcome for the first time viewer. We do this all the time, 365, 24/7 for every severe and tornado warning in Michigan. So feel free to follow, subscribe, whatever platform you decide. We are mainly on Facebook, but we stream simultaneously to YouTube as well. Have one outage coming in just north of Muskegon along what looks to be just north of Montague, south of Shelby. About 200 people out of power there. Gonna check the weather group here we have on Facebook to see if anybody's posting anything. No posts. So if you guys happen to have severe reports, damage reports, or just videos of storms, lightning, rain estimates, or not rain measurements, should I say, not estimates. We have a Facebook group dedicated for all those storm reports called Michigan Weather Reports. Feel free to check it out on Facebook. We centralize that to help not only us, but also local other broadcasters, as well as local NWS offices who can just pop into that group and see what's going on across Michigan. So yeah, this line right here is a little more so concerning, in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing. A little bit more organized there heading into Muskegon. Further north, though, can't forget about guys up here, Traverse City, down here toward Cadillac, Paradise Township. A lot of lightning and thunder. Not too much wind I'm seeing on radar, though. Further north, we do still have that one statement in effect just for Munising. That storm is quite weak at this point, so not too much concern there as well. And then back here to the west, that is going to need some watching as that pushes in again toward Ironwood. Yeah, that's a little bit of a heightened velocity there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Wouldn't be shocked for another warning for at least Gogebic and Menominee, perhaps, counties. I lost my county map, so I probably should pull that back up. Gogebic and Ontonagon. I said Menominee, but Menominee's at the very southern tip down here. So I'll learn the UP eventually. But I do think there is some higher potential for some gustier winds with this particular storm. Perhaps this one as well. It's over the lake, so I'm not going to concern that one just yet. But Fremont, Holton, Muskegon, Ashland, Casanova, Norton Shores, M46, Bridgeton, Moreland, Ravenna, Sullivan, Wolf Lake. I'd be prepared, at the very least, a lot of lightning and a lot of or brief heavy rain as well, but also potential for some gustier winds. Looks like Marquette has just issued a 911 emergency outage. So go ahead and read this here. This belongs on the page. Let me go ahead and read through this here and get this out immediately. The 911 service in Dickinson County was knocked out this morning from thunderstorm activity and has since been restored. Okay, so it was out and back on now. So no post needed. So good news there in Dickinson County. New scan coming in. Let's go ahead and take a peek here at Consumers Energy. No new outages just yet, but just that one North Muskegon. Bears watching. And laying down is exactly what I needed. As you get towards sunrise, I see viewership is going up here. So if you're just joining us, there are currently no severe warnings in the state. We do have quite a few special weather statements across Michigan, mainly the west side from Muskegon up to Traverse City. These storms are not too organized, but they do have a lot of lightning and brief heavy rain with them. Small hail also possible, and if anything can get organized enough, would perhaps see some gusty winds, perhaps severe winds. I think the closest storm right now to becoming severe is just north of Muskegon here, pushing southeastward. Doesn't look overly concerning, but it looks to be the strongest that we have in the state currently, minus the one pushing up into the western portions of the UP. This is likely going to need a warning up here. So we're going to expect one to come in, because I would expect that continues at least. That's going to be for, again, Gogebic and or Ontonagon counties. Yeah, these weather models for this system have been all over the place, and that's also why we haven't really done an official forecast. We try to break this down as best as possible, explaining that hey, we just don't know. And we talk to other forecasters in the state, meteorologists, stuff like that. They're all, I mean, comments go from throw a dart at a dartboard to, it's all over the place. I like to use that terminology of a dartboard. You have a dartboard, and on the dartboard is a list of all the outcomes that are possible. Blindfold yourself, take 3 darts, throw it. That's kind of what we're doing with this forecast. So if these two areas here, this complex and this complex, can combine, I would be a little bit on alert here in Kent County, Grand Rapids area. Just because when bow echoes happen like that, they can kind of push outward and they can get some gustier winds there. So definitely don't let your guard down in Kent and also Ottawa counties as this line approaches you. Right now, not seeing anything that warrants severe. Although there is some pockets of heavier winds in there, I just don't see anything that's off the charts like this needs a warning. At least not at this point. There is a couple outages coming in north Muskegon, so either from lightning or wind, I do not know. But that does appear to be the strongest storm. Again, not including the one up here that's about to enter the western UP, which it actually currently is. So we'll see if they warn this or at least put a statement on this one up near Ironwood. But that is one of the strongest. But I do think the one most concerning for borderline severe outside of that one would be down here. All right, we are actually 7 minutes past what I said we're going to do the cutoff for the giveaway. and we are still short of 21,000. We're at 20,985. So we have 15 short. For those of you just tuning in, we were doing a little bit of a challenge. If you guys could hit 21,000 subscribers on YouTube, we would give away an MSC t-shirt, but that does not appear to be the case. We'll try again later on today. We'll set another goal and see if we can get there and give some stuff away for you guys. But of course, it is late at night here, so did not expect too many people to, surge to subscribe. Usually, we have more people watching than this, so worth a challenge though. Really hoping that these storms can either die out or I don't know. I'm just I'm ready for a nap. But no sleep here until we know that you guys are safe. And right now we have some storms threatening. But for right now, though, I said I was going to do this at 4:15 or past that. But because there's nothing that is currently severe, I'm going to pop out of here for a brief period. I'm going to rest my voice up a little bit, maybe get a post on the page. And then if anything happens to look concerning or becomes severe, I'll be back on here. But for right now, I put some music on for you guys. And then you guys will see me back here if there's more severe. So with that being said, I'm going to pop out briefly at least and go from there. Okay. Alrighty, guys, can you hear me okay? We have a new statement out here for a couple other counties, Kent, Ottawa. It's going to be in effect for an hour and a half, and the hazard is pea-sized hail. They are not saying anything about wind. So movement is east at 35. Minor damaged outdoor objects is possible. So they're saying that these storms are elevated in nature, so they're not suggesting any wind. However, looking at the radar, there is a couple areas of heightened velocity between Fremont and Holton. So we'll be watching that one a little bit closer. But regardless, be alert for intense lightning, with these storms are producing a lot of it. Also, want to mention the storm up here entering the western half of the UP. It does have a area of heightened velocity on it as well. Would not be shocked if we get a warning up here momentarily for that storm based on just that velocity signature. With that storm, though, a lot of lightning as well. Okay. With that being said, back down here to the radar, we're going to go ahead and loop it again and turn the music back on and give my voice a rest once again. All right, guys, just want to give a quick update in regards to what we're kind of looking at here. So this line overall is weakening quite a bit. Still a lot of lightning, intense rainfall as well. But as of right now, there is not one storm here in the state that is looking concerning for severe weather. So, with that being said, um, we're likely going to end the stream soon. Um, Taking a peek, doing the due diligence. This one looks to be kind of gusty up there, but statement is only for winds in excess of 30. So they're not thinking those winds are reaching the ground. Uh, as it stands, this line will continue to move southeastward. So places like Bay City, Saginaw, Flint, Lansing, places between those areas need to be um, on the lookout there. A lot of lightning incoming your way, as well as likely some heavier winds, not heavier winds, heavier rain, and perhaps some gusty winds. But as of right now, nothing looks severe, and just kind of um, peeked at the data across the state, real time data. I don't think the severe chance with these storms at the current moment or in the short term is very high at all. So, because of that, I do think we are going to be okay to end the stream as of this time, but I will be still monitoring behind the scenes. I just don't think it's going to be worth, continuing this stream to wait for maybe one or two more warnings. So, with that being said, I do think we're going to end it. And if anything happens to go severe between now and later on today, I'll be back on here to cover that. But for now, we're gonna pop out of here. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for subscribing, and those of you who have joined the channel and also donated super chats. Appreciate all of you. We've got Tim, Deborah, Laura, Misty, Turtle, Quake, Yoder, Shane, Chris, Lori, and Dan. Dan, I did not get. He sent this last time I hopped off, a $5 super sticker. So thank you to Dan for that. And also welcome to all of our new members. So with that being said, I'll catch you guys later this morning. If there's no more severe, you'll see me on here probably around noon or just after noon for a briefing in regards to our thoughts later on today. With the storms ongoing right now, like I said, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, but severe threat currently is quite low. So we are going to pop out of here, and we'll see you guys hopefully later on today for another briefing for tonight.